Mental health and wellness is so important in the world of gaming.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
It's important to take a break from that competition to reset yourself.
We're all kind of like an extended family. We have to look at each other like that could be my brother or my sister.
I promote
and practice positive mental health.
Oh my goodness! Okay, let's go!
Brutal and beautiful.
So wild, I can never be tamed. Talk around, cause I'm breaking the chain. Breaking the chain. Breaking the chain.
Welcome one and all to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. We are in the thick of it, the dog days as it were here in our competition. And joining me in the dropship is the ever comparable, ever fantastic Fallout and Glitter Explosion. Fallout, the reality of today is that it has not been overnight for some of these teams. And the other thing is, obviously, it's vital for so many squads here today to come out on top.
Absolutely. These are the dog days indeed. 2 more match days left in Pro League here for these EMEA squads to break into qualification, to make it to the playoffs, to compete for that significant prize pool. Everything is at stake these last 2 days. It's going to be insane, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. There's so much on the line, and there's not a whole lot of time for these teams to really kick it into high gear. I mean, moving into today, we might yet again see some changes that we'll, check out in a little bit. But there's going to be a lot going on, to say the least, Kate.
I love the way you said that. Not a lot of time and so much on the line. Well, let's take a look at where we saw some of these teams the last time they were in our lobbies. And that means it's time for a trip down memory lane. This is our recap for EMEA, the last time we saw them. Take a look.
It's not an easy way to do it. It's not the best way to do it, but it's the way to do it, and that's all you need when you're trying to win. Look at the grenades! Oh, the damage! It's raining down. Larabanu, let's see that front from up above. Oh my God, this is the absolute god spot. We have found Larabanu, and he is in the prime position to make an impact in this game. What can he do? 3 squads left, a PK shot, 2 squads left. Will Larabanu touch it? But this could be the most incredible 1v2 we've seen. The Peacekeeper isn't enough. At 69 IQ Esports.
Again, that Kraber shot coming in clutch, going for 123 damage from Zeta Division. I think Future Perfect might get pinched here.
Zeta just have to sit on this high ground now. It'll drop one play to thirst those kills, and now they're down to the last 2 squads. Beautiful, absolutely nowhere for their opponents to hide there. Future Perfect, and now Zeta Division just peppering from range, and that will be the final kill.
Trying to wrap the corner here. Last squad remaining, but Hardeki wants to capitalize off the situation. Playing out of the caustic trap. He gets the shield swap. Oh, Hardeki! He still goes down. That PK is too strong. So you got the rest of Gambit Esports making their move.
That massive coming through.
Oh my goodness. Future Perfect coming in, downing RPR Mandy. Oh my goodness sakes. So little time and so little places to navigate, and Future Perfect at full health right now and is the champion for this match, for this lobby.
This has to be Gambit pushing in on the backside as well. That was GMT who went down. Lasita France doing everything they can to get the shield swaps. The Peacekeepers, are they going to keep the peace here? It seems like they just might be able to do it. Maliwan's going to take down Amaz. Jay Savage as well will go down thanks to Larabanu. It was not Gambit who ended up pushing, but we have Lasita France and one other team here fighting for supremacy. It's the crypto drone. Are they running away?
No.
That's going to be it. Future Perfect. Are you kidding me?
And this is going to get even more dangerous. Dead inside,
oh boy,
forced outside. The Mastiff is in control as well.
Here comes Dead inside. It looks like it's them versus 69 IQ. However, Slayers is just completely taken out by the Thermite. Dead inside. I'm surprised they made it this far. Going in for the kill. Smokito is the only one left on 69 IQ and is out. Wiped out completely. And Dead inside managing to take match 6 in an instant.
I will tell you what, that is the very definition of hype. We saw some of those teams, specifically Dead Inside, specifically our winners, Future Perfect, really pop off when they needed to, because some of these teams, such as those, were on the bubble in pursuit of that Pro League glory and those Pro League playoffs. Hey, speaking of playoffs, we got to address something that you may have seen on Twitter last night, an announcement that the change is coming, an update, if you will, to our ALGS Split 1 playoffs, and that's going to be moving to an online regional playoff format. Safety is the priority overall as the Omicron variant situation changes and continues in potentially unknown situations and directions. I'll say that the very nature of putting on a global tournament has become really, really difficult, especially with you combine the fact that countries have adjusted travel restrictions and a bunch of other various aspects. And listen, this decision was made to change to an online format based on the established respective local governments as well as local officials. And fallout. It's certainly a disappointment for a lot of us, but the reality is that safety is first, and we really appreciate what they have done to take into consideration having this online format. Speaking of online format, it's going to change. Talk to me a little bit about some of those changes that will impact playoffs today.
Yeah, absolutely. A tough decision for sure, but absolutely the right decision. And trust me, no one wants to see a LAN tournament more than the ALGS staff that puts their heart and souls into this game. But yeah, with that said, quick adjustment to the playoffs format. We are going to have our match point format back, which means top 20 teams from each region are going to qualify for the playoffs. And the teams that are seeded first through 10th will actually start with a slight point advantage to get to that 50-point threshold. You have to reach that 50-point threshold to unlock match point, which means you have to win the next subsequent game to win the tournament. If you have not watched an ALGS or Apex final before, trust me, it is an absolute treat. This match point format is so exciting. And keep in mind, this is what's at stake now. Top 20 teams will qualify instead, Kate.
Absolutely. And, keep it right here. Keep it tuned in. Stand by to all of our socials to make sure that you know what's coming up here for those playoffs. Well, sure, we'll have more news on that soon. Glitter, speaking of this overview, let's take a look. I love the green lights. It's a red light, green light, yellow light situation here, and I love to see the green.
Yeah, you guys can see exactly what Fallout was just talking about there with the change to the playoffs. Now our top 20 are going to be the ones that are in that safe position as opposed to just the top 10. So those teams that we've been looking at, 11, 12, 13th, looking a lot more comfortable now. Now it's those teams in 18th, 19th, 20th that are going to need to make sure they're holding on to their position if they want to have that chance at playoffs. Then moving on down the list here, you see the teams in yellow are, of course, those teams that won't be making it to playoffs but will be retaining their spot here in the ALGS. And then, of course, those teams down there in red, Kate, those are the ones that are probably the teams that need to be the most worried, considering they're potentially facing relegation right now.
Ooh, the R word. And of course, as we know, the Oyo, I can never say it right. Fallout, I knew you were going to say it. Help me out.
Ooh, whoa, whoa, cat boys, Kate. I'm an expert here of the memes.
It felt really good. You did it with gusto, and I appreciate that very much. But I will say, just as you have learned their name, they are no longer in our standings. They have disbanded, of course. But of course, Glitter, let's keep with these regular season standings. We saw EMEA, which of course is what we're looking at today. But later on today, we're going to see North America, and that's where this top 20 really comes in.
Yeah, things are going to get a little bit spicy when we head on over to NA. You can see the overall top 20 right now. So, of course, if this is where we finish it, these are the teams that would be making it through to the playoffs. So we'll see if this ends up changing at all later on today. Esports Arena up there at the top right now with 37 points as we see a lot of the teams down there below. All teams that we've been keeping our eyes on, and I spoke about changes earlier. We might be seeing some of that in NA as well. But then, of course, Fallout, we've got APAC North and other regions as well.
Yeah, that's right. Flora on top, the Japanese, Korean, and fellow Japanese team. It's Shunmi, Maney, and Ling currently in first place. Right behind them is Riddle Order and Reignite Japan also showing up. So mostly South Korea, Japan dominating those standings. Then we, of course, have the APAC South region where Reignite is dominating. We don't see any other team in any other region with such a significant first place lead. So shout out to Jen Burton, Zero, and Templex. The boys are absolutely fragging in APAC South. And of course, moving over to South America, we have Team Singularity on top playing incredibly well. Big shout out to Team Singularity. That's Arten, Besk, and Elysium. Elysium, of course, coming from Chile, the other two from Brazil. But I got to give a shout out to Team Deft Fox in number 3. That squad is currently holding it down in third place. Arguably the best female player in all of Apex Legend, Evzy from Argentina, on that team, and they're looking really, really strong as well, Kate.
There's a lot of strong play across our global partners here. And, listen, they call it an Apex Legends Global Series for a reason. The Pro League is everywhere, and we love to see it. Fantastic job from all of our top 20 teams across the globe. But let's talk about this right now here, Glitter. Today, we are talking A versus B. I'm not sure why I donned that.
That was great. Southern Kate just came out. I've never seen that before, Kate.
Right? Could be. I don't know. Hey, listen, we're in the dog days here. This is going to be fun. We're doing it to it. Speaking of A versus B, these teams, as we know, this is a double round robin format. They have seen each other once before in this group stage, A versus B. But guess what? Today is the day we're going to see them again and see what they have to say. Glitter, I know, as you've mentioned, a couple teases. Well done on those, by the way. We've got a couple of changes in our rosters here and a couple things to note in that A versus B.
Yeah, and this one's actually kind of quick and easy. Okay, we've got the new player on new esports in VX. We're hoping that that's the right way to say it. Tyler is off, but Tyler is, of course, now on to Young Money Guild, replacing Buck. So we're starting off the day with a simple and easy roster change. We'll see if it changes anything for either of those two squads.
Yeah, I just want to say, Kate, quite the roller coaster for that new esports squad. They drop Tyler rejoins, and Tyler exits again. He's obviously just got signed by Rebel as a content creator as well, so shout out to Tyler FPS. But yeah, a lot going on with that new squad.
And there's some spice, and Glitter, I'm going to use that. I'm just going to follow Glitter's lead on everything today because this is awesome. Got definitely have some spice in our NA teams a little bit later today. That's a bit of a tease before we get into our NA competition. But of course, we are all EMEA right now, and that means it's time to put on the crosshairs. It's time to take a look at what our analysts and casters have to say about some of the teams you should keep in your focus, and that means it's time for our Lenovo teams to watch. I love this segment so much. Fallout, it's one of the many things that make you and Glitter so integral, and of course our other casters as well. Who do you have in those crosshairs? Who do you have in your focus sites right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'd be completely remiss to not have Gambit first and foremost. The kings of EU, they've dominated for such a long time, even when they had Sunset on their roster. Obviously, since then picked up Leo Green, have looked so incredibly good. Take a look at these highlights. Hardeki doing Hardeki things, not missing shots, arguably one of the best race players in all of EU and potentially in all of the world. Gambit is so incredibly strong as a team, all three of them hailing from CIS or Russia. As you see here, Gambit is in first place in the overall standings, and they deserve that spot, Glitter.
Yeah, and then, of course, the next team to watch here is Maestro. Maestro is currently second place overall in our rankings, and they are a squad that we've had our eyes on in the past. They were the 10th seed coming in, and they did have phenomenal performances in weeks number 2 and 3 when we checked in with them last week. They didn't do as well, I think, as we would have expected. It wasn't a bad performance by any means, but we're trying to see if they're going to pick it up here in this next week Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, our last team, a slightly different story than our first two. We have 1 and 2, but then we have Kingarna all the way down in 19th place. They're a team to watch for a different reason. They haven't necessarily performed up to expectations in the Pro League as we've used to see this Nessie squad, who's been around for such a long time, has been a fan favorite now, obviously picked up by Kingarna. So the question is, they're on the bubble. They're on the fringe in 19th place. If they don't perform today and Sunday, they will not qualify again, because I believe, if I remember correctly, they didn't qualify or they didn't do incredibly hot in the EMEA championships back in season 1. So all eyes on Kingarna, Kate.
The eyes are there, and that means this has been your Lenovo teams to watch. I love that you brought in that 19th. I love that you brought in Kingarna at 19th, because the reality is that today we are so seeped in all of this competition, both from those that are potentially going to pop off and get themselves out of those red or yellow spots, and those that are trying to maintain the green. Let's take a look at who our talent have taking it all today. And I, for one, Glitter, okay. Yes, Glitter. There we are. We got 2 possibilities here. We got Gaskin, Glitter, myself over in Maestro's camp. Fallout, Gambit, and Onset are going for Gambit. Glitter, talk to me a little bit about your Maestro choice.
Listen, I had faith in them last week. Like I said, they did okay last week, but last time they played this specific group matchup, they dominated. So I'm hoping that's what we're looking to see out of them again.
Yeah. I love it. Fallout, as I say goodbye here, I want to ask real quick, Gambit, is that your pick? That's your pick?
Absolutely. A house divided here with our casters, number 1 versus number 2. And yeah, last time we had all 5 of us choose Gambit. I'm glad we got some diversity here, just slight diversity. But yeah, these 2 are the top teams coming into this one. A couple other teams you have to keep an eye out for. GMT started really strong in the Pro League, that former Nasky Stray Fidel squad. Excited to see how they perform in Rebel, another team that's kind of on the fringe.
Well, it seems about time that we get right into gameplay. So with that, I'll say thank you so much for having me. The dropship is yours, Glitter and Fallout, and I'll see you guys a little bit later in the show.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kate. Much appreciated. We'll catch you after game number 3. Fallout joined alongside Glitter, the duo from the preseason invitational in Poland, which was obviously one of my favorite events of all time. We're back, baby. Glitter, how you feeling going into game number 1?
I'm really excited, and I'm really excited that you brought up Rebel. You said Rebel there on the fringe, another team to keep their eyes on. They did phenomenally last weekend. They're definitely a squad that I'm going to be watching again to see if they can repeat that performance.
Yeah, that's a great point because they started so slow in the first 4 or 5 match days and picked it up big time. They needed to pick it up. The question is, can they continue that momentum? Because you're right, this team, their highs are so incredibly high. We've seen them win championships in the past. We've seen them stay loyal to their roster, but their lows are also very, very low. They're either placing top 3, top 5, or in the bottom 5 teams between 15th and 20th place or 16th and 20th place. So you're spot on. Any other teams that you have your eye out on that you're excited to watch in this one?
I mean, we saw... I think I'd like to see what we're going to get out of Zeta. We saw those clips in the recap, and they had some really, really strong performances. Seeing what they can do this week will definitely be something that I'm keeping my eyes out for. I don't disagree with your Gambit pick. I do want to see what Gambit can manage to do, especially because this last time they were in this group matchup, they didn't do as well as we would have thought Gambit would have done. So maybe they'll be able to pick it up here. I mean, there's a lot going on in these groups.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I love your logic there and kind of looking at past matchups. That's what's so exciting about this Pro League is you have different matchups and teams match up differently against certain teams in certain groups. This is Group A versus Group B. We got Gambit, GMT, Navi, Les Cité France, Zeta, Kangarna, Rebel, Maestro, 789. Estesu might want to have a word about my comment earlier about Evzy being one of the best female players in the world, as we, of course, are going to be getting to watch Estesu on display here. It'll be exciting to watch. Gambit used to drop Sorting Factory. They, of course, now maintain the same location, same coordinates here, and they're going to get blessed with the Purple Shield to start for both of them.
I think they heard us talking about Gambit. So they could start off with your squad and see if your prediction's going to be correct here, Fallout. Obviously, as we kick things off, we're going to be waiting to see where we get some of these zone shifts. And as I say that, we get a northern zone to kick everything off. So Gambit, you know, might be, they're going to have to make an aggressive rotation to make it up here. We've got a lot of squads that probably weren't expecting the first zone to be in the north. Very happy right now.
Yeah, that is very true. But then there's squads like Gambit who do kind of like to play edge. I mean, you see them play very well when the zone pulls southeast or south to Lava Siphon. They know how to position themselves really, really well. But they're not afraid to fight. They're not afraid to play edge. They're not afraid to take clean right sections. So we'll keep a close eye. I will say Gambit is one of those teams that's probably one of the most evenly balanced teams because there's a lot of teams like GMT who heavily favor early rotations. There's a lot of teams that heavily favor zone fighting edge fighting, like Alliance. Gambit's right in the middle of my eyes.
No, I think that's a really, really solid point. Jumping on board, checking it with Zeta Division now, another squad that we had just mentioned. We saw them in those recap highlights having some pretty strong performances in our last play day for themselves. So we'll see if they'll be able to repeat, maybe get another win here on the board. They definitely want to try and get as many points as possible because we talked about it earlier. We'll probably keep mentioning throughout the day, so we remind people it's now the top 20. That's where you want to be, and Zeta is literally in 21st overall. So this is incredibly important for them.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, there's 3 teams that are kind of household names in competitive Apex. We've been watching Zeta Division, formerly known as the Magicians, for a long time. We've been watching Rebel, formerly known as Flavor of the Month, for a long time. Kangarna, formerly known as Nessie, for a long time. Well, they're in 18th, 19th, and 21st place, respectively, all on the fringe. And for those that are just tuning in, welcome, by the way, to game number 1. This is the second to last match day for these teams. And what's at stake? Well, top 20 teams will qualify for the playoffs with our pivot to online, given the Omicron variant and everything going on. A lot of borders closing. Absolutely a tough decision, but the right decision. But with top 20 will qualify. That's what we're looking at here.
This was an aggressive early rotation out of Zeta, trying to get a spot nice and early hold. This hasn't even been looted yet, so they've got a little bit of backup loot here if they need it, and they got themselves into the zone nice and early. That could be solid for Zeta later on.
Yeah, I like that decision from Zeta. We talked earlier about teams that like to play edge versus teams that like to rotate early. Zeta definitely falls into that early rotate category, especially with these northern zones. They're up in Fragment, where you can honestly rotate early no matter where the zone is. That's why we've seen teams like TSM, originally, GMT used to play over in Fragment. They moved down to Harvester. They play central of the map. That's always been their bread and butter strategy. Why? Because no matter where the zone pulls, you're going to be able to rotate quickly. You're going to be able to rotate fairly easily as we jump on board with Les Cité France. Now Les Cité France making their rotation up from Skyhook, where they drop.
Potentially already running into another squad here and looking like They don't really want to push this fight if they don't have to. It's a little bit early for anybody to have to lose a player. That would be less than ideal. They're just going to kind of reset, step back a little bit, and keep themselves safe. We're now checking in with Top Dogs, looking pretty looted for themselves, having to start making their rotation away here from Thermal in just a little bit, finalizing their loot, but they look pretty solid right now, and they're another squad that we've had our eyes on in the past.
For sure. As we take a look over towards Geyser, Rebel, a team that drops in the southeast side of the map, Lava City. They've been dropping there for a while, making their early rotation, and they're actually going to jump on over the team that dropped Geyser, I believe. 789 is that squad, so we could have seen a potential fight between 789 and Rebel. They decide to just pass each other like ships in the night. Meanwhile, Valkyrie ult is going to come through here as we got Taylor playing on Valk. Comp change for Rebel, a significant one, as Rebel really stayed true to that Bloodhound team comp for a long time that worked so well for them back in the winter circuit and beyond. They're switching on over to Caustic and Valkyrie, and that's a wise decision and a wise change that's been starting to pay dividends.
Yeah, that's the change they made last week of games, and it paid out in spades for them, like you're saying. So we'll see if that this comp change ends up doing the same here once again this time around for them. If it does, they may have just found the secret sauce to their entire gameplay.
Yeah, that's right. Consistency is key, though, for this squad. That's always been a question that we've asked, is how consistent can they be? Sometimes they perform so well, sometimes not as much consistency coming out of them. So we will keep a close eye on Rebel as we have a slow start here, as you typically see in a northern zone, because there's a lot of buildings, a lot of real estate to occupy, so teams will make their early rotations. They'll avoid fighting each other. 2 squads already eliminated, though, as we see some long-range poke coming through here in survey camp as well. GMT, a quick rotation from Harvester. I mean, look how fast they were to rotate, literally.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these squads are trying, like you're saying, to get in and grab any one of those buildings as soon as they can to make sure that they have a solid spot. We see those crypto drones coming out trying to scout, see which teams are around them in those buildings. And you can see, like you're saying, these teams are literally right next to each other, but nobody wants to take those fights yet unless they absolutely have to, because right now, there's really no rush. They've got the cover. We see lots of barrels out from Caustic, so I mean, they're extra safe in there, but we do hear some shots, some nades coming out trying to get rid of those doors so they can do some more scouting here.
Offer a quick correction update for those that are watching right now. Keep in mind, actually, there's 19 teams in this lobby, because we did mention earlier, just briefly, that Uwu, Owo, Catboys disbanded as a squad, so Group A versus Group B means 19 teams in the lobby. 1 squad eliminated so far, and that squad was Navi, not Svinsiri. A slow start for them.
Ooh, that's definitely not what they were hoping for, but gives them a little bit of time to maybe reset here and figure out what they're going to be doing in our games moving forward. Now checking in with Dead Inside. Trying to loot up in the zone right now. They seem to not be too concerned with what they've got going on. I mean, like you were saying, these northern zones, the teams kind of play it a little bit slower because they don't have to really rush, knowing that they have a lot of cover on the northern side of things, but also some of these squads do have some really, really far southern drop spots, and that is going to result in them having to loot a little bit inside of the zone and take a little bit of damage for it, but they're right on the edge of the ring, so they'll be fine.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happens. Obviously they rotated from Skyhook, ran into some challenges, and had to kind of work their way back. Sometimes if you rotate late, if you take your time, you're going to get caught up. But this is what we mean when we say edge of zone. It gives you an opportunity to take this fight. Why is that? Because it's basically guaranteed to be a clean 3 versus 3 fight. And if your team is full of a bunch of fraggers, if you guys are just gods at arena, if you like to pick fights, if you feel confident in your 3v3 capability, you have a clean 3v3 fight that you could potentially take, which we might potentially see happen from the Cite de France. Meanwhile, we're going to jump on board with Top Dogs, the all-Finnish squad, Mimu and 0-0, former silver medalists at the X Games, one of the first LAN events. Claire, I believe you casted that event. Am I right, or am I making that up?
No. I was there. I did an interview at that event, actually.
That's pretty neat. Hell yeah. Love to see that as we jump on board with Gambit Esports, making their way all the way from Lava Siphon. They had to make a quick rotation. We've talked a lot about this Gambit squad. We'll keep a close eye on them. Hardeki on Wraith. As we know, a lot of teams have started running Ashe. There's a kind of an Ashe versus Wraith debate that's been going on the last couple of weeks since Legacy came out, the new season update to Apex. I don't know about you, Glitter, but I've been a huge fan of Ashe. She's quickly become my main. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, 100%. I play a ton of Ashe now. Big fan of Ashe. And we did see a couple Ashes last time that we played, so might be able to see a little bit of that here again. And it did work because we did see that Ashe was able to actually use her ult to get height on some areas that literally no other teams could get endgame, and it ended up being massive for them.
Yeah, that is huge. So that Ashe versus Wraith debate will continue. We know Hardeki and Imperial Hal very, very confident in Wraith still being the way forward, the path forward, but this Gambit squad is still running the same Wraith, Valkyrie, and Gibraltar team comp. And for those that are maybe just watching for the first time or have not had a chance to watch a whole ton of Apex in the past, when we started this journey in competitive Apex years ago, when Apex first dropped, it was one team comp. Teams found the most optimal team composition. It was Watson, it was Pathfinder, and it was Wraith. Boy, oh boy, how things have changed since then. Now we have so much diversity in our team compositions. You see some teams run Bloodhound and play more aggressive. Some teams run Valkyrie for solid rotations. A lot of teams run Caustic because they like to rotate early and post up. Some teams run Caustic because they want to throw a gas ultimate and fly at you. You see a lot of diversity here in team comps overall. It's been fun to watch, Claire.
Ooh, okay, we can see where the zone is going to be shifting now. It's pulling a little bit towards the northeast. So those teams that we saw earlier that were holding all of those smaller buildings over by Survey Camp are going to be right on the edge, if not having to push in just a little bit from that zone. So potentially starting to see some fights very, very soon here as we are about done with our second ring. And we all know, you know, zones 3 and 4, that's when things start to get a little bit hectic here for these squads.
Yeah, and we haven't talked a whole lot about Solo Queue Go. It's one of the fan favorite squads. We know you love Shiv in the chat. Blow it up for Shiv right now, because guess what? We got a listen-in with the Solo Queue Goats as they find themselves in a fight.
They're crypto drone.
28 on it.
One's in this cart right here, Zip.
Yeah, I know, it's the crypto.
Yeah. I still hear those guys to my left in the corner. Outside.
One guy behind the box.
Yeah. Crypto's still... Yeah. Ash moving back, almost cracked. Yeah. 50 on him.
I'm leaving
the back a little bit.
I'm leaving the back.
Okay.
I'm not in zone if I hold that.
Yeah, no, it's
okay.
Fine.
I'm gonna get this ammo here, okay? Real quick.
Go for it.
Come back.
They have 2 blues. Like, if we can get entry, it's definitely a fight we can take.
Yeah.
They move?
They moved back, like...
Oh, I didn't saw it. I didn't see it.
Right. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's Monka.
There's a blue knockdown ship, by the way, here for you, Div, if you need.
Level 2.
If you want it.
Gonna need one of these if you're bleeding out.
I mean, the question is, where do we want to play
We could run around the zone and just start, like, going, I don't know, up toward here, maybe, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The question...
Yeah, we can hear them trying to plan their strategy here, Fallout, trying to decide what they want to do here. Now, Solo Queue Ghost is actually somebody that we watched a lot last time that struggled kind of getting into some of those southern zones, so it's nice to see them with an opportunity here closer to their drop to have a safer rotate. Now checking in with 789, though, looks like they're starting to get into an engagement.
Yeah, long-range poke coming through. Sniper out for Estesu, and it looks like it's against top dogs. They're getting some long-range poke with longbow in the hands of one Sentinel and the other. Meanwhile, we got Hardeki, not missing shots with the wingman. Only Hardeki. Good shots put in. Will they take the fight is the question here. Yes, they will. Hardeki is calling the push. Pushing down through low ground right now, and an opportunity for Gambit.
He got that knock, and as soon as that happened, we saw them start making that push a little bit forward to seeing if they can maybe clean up. This is onto Maestro. That's one of the teams to watch that we talked about earlier, and our second team overall in the EMEA region right now. This is less than ideal for Maestro considering their performance in these groups last time.
Yeah, especially given, you know, the tale of two tales that we had in our caster predictions, right? Maestro and Gambit. This is both teams colliding as you see Gambit get an early knock. Sanya's going to get taken out by Leogri of Gambit. Taskmaster's going to take out Kron, so we got some friendly fire here in terms of regional play. All of our CIS, or Eastern European teams right now competing and fighting against each other at Zeta. It's Gambit and it's Maestro.
I mean, we said that this is the time when the fight started to get a little bit crazy. Little did we know it was going to be first and second place instantly going up against each other. This is a way to start our first game. More teams in the crosshairs of Gambit right now as they look pretty comfortable in their spot here. Now checking in with Rats. gold armor as well on Rats. This is another pretty kitted squad here trying to figure out which teams they want to do some damage. They're currently surrounded by quite a few of them.
Yep, Rats dropping epicenter, so they've gotten kind of blessed with this zone. And they just really had to post up over towards the north side of the map for the most part here. And that's what we've seen. Rats, Faizu, Tolkien, and co. Tolkien, of course, on Gibraltar. A couple teams nearby, and we'll see where this zone ends up pulling. We're not exactly sure which direction it's going to go. We'll find out and get that intel for y'all as soon as we possibly can. But they will either have to rotate or stay put and take this fight. But nonetheless, it's going to be a difficult rotation with dead inside nearby.
Everybody's just trying to fight for some sort of space right now. We've got teams on the roof, teams inside. I mean, they all know that they're going to have to start making a move here when the zone does shift. So you know that they're waiting to see.
Ooh.
Oh, yep, and that's less than ideal.
Oh my gosh.
Pull off of literally every single team here, Fallout. Not a single squad is safe.
You have to be kidding me. Look how much clumping we have, right? Towards Climatizer, 3 or 4 teams. On the west side of the current zone, 4 or 5 teams. Teams are going to just clump and group up on the east and west side of the zone, and the zone pulls neither way. It's going to pull north and pretty much a lot of dead space. There's a lot of no man's land in this zone where things are going to be ending up. Not a whole lot of cover, so when this zone closes, expect this squad amount to go from 16 down really quick. Meanwhile, as I say that, Solo Q Goat is going to take out the Cite France.
Yeah, and you can see that Rats here, as well as the squads are going up against. Was that Top Dogs that's there? Either way, they're actually in a solid position to make the rotation into the zone if they could just get away from this engagement, clean it up really quickly, and then make their play. They could hold whatever spot they want. We did see one player that was also scouting out that area, trying to figure out what is available to rotate into. Zeta is now up here with Gambit. All of these squads are just going to start trying to take whatever positioning and whatever fights they can.
Yeah, Leogri's hurt. He's going to have to heal back up. Looks like he'll be able to. A portal's going to be dropped right there for some cover in between those cylinders. So Zeta nearby, did some poke, not a whole lot. Kraber in the hands of Taskmaster, though. We know he's dangerous with it. 13 squads remain as Rats does win their fight. I believe that was against Dead Inside. Meanwhile, we're going to switch over to Redragon. Redragon, PKMK, Kerry Rubik, and his Sofu find themselves in a 3v3 fight over towards Trailers. Good wide flank, and a caustic gas is going to come through this. That's going to force them to retreat.
Trying to get some heals off here with the bats outside of the Gibby bubble, but that gas is doing a lot of damage. Less than ideal. Gibby decides to drop his ultimate, give them a little bit of time or space, hopefully to heal up. And as the bombardment comes down, you see the players trying to push through to get away from it. Some damage has come out. Somehow, Redragon manages to stay alive, but I think the third party's starting to come in now on the Fallout.
Yeah, long-range poke. I think with the R301's going to knock one, so Redragon down to one standing member at least. Taskmaster still has Kraber in hand. They're just having a blast on this high ground. Did he do it? Yes, he does! Woo! Hits the shot on the Valkyrie. Not a headshot, though. I would have lost my mind if that happened.
Still, that is going to be some scary damage to have to contend with, as well as more damage coming out from the flatline on the team, making the rotation there. That is not what they wanted to happen with that Valk rotate, but they do manage to get a little bit of space. But do they know that he has the Kraber? No, he lands another for 123. Fallout, he's absolutely decimating this team.
Taskmaster is not missing shots, playing out of his mind right now. Single-handedly knocks and does so much damage, at least 250 damage there in the matter of 10 to 15 seconds. Taskmaster is on fire.
They have a phenomenal position for themselves, especially with the Kraber in hand, as we see all of these squads desperately trying to get somewhere with a little bit of cover, knowing that Taskmaster is on high ground with that sniper. This is a scary position for all those squads down there on the low ground. ANC now checking in with them. They do run into the remaining members that we had checked in before, I believe, with Redragon. They do go down.
Redragon is out. So we said it was going to drop significantly from 16 to 7 squads. That's how crazy of a rotation it was. But Zeta's under pressure. They're going to get pushed by Gambit. Leave it to Gambit to take down the top dogs on high ground. But Hardeki's going to go down early. That's the risk you play when you play Wraith, when you're the tip of the spear and you can't escape. All up to Taskmaster now. Taskmaster to 1v2. Not missing a single shot. Going to use his knockdown shields of his teammates, but the long-range poke's going to come through. Gambit survives. It takes out Zeta.
Ooh, and actually, it's Esdesu that comes in with a third party to take out Taskmaster. So Gambit with the successful push, but Esdesu getting a couple points on the board for 789 as well. That was a nice little cleanup as teams take a moment here to reset. 6 squads left. Everybody trying to heal up and get ready for this next wave of fights as squads are rotating into the safe area. Rebel, a squad that we talked about at the beginning, still alive right now and actually holding a solid position.
Yeah, we have some of our household names alive right now. Rebel, 789, Gambit, GMT, some of the fan favorites in EMEA alive and well. This is going to be a crazy finish. Look at GMT just chilling. They're ratting and they have 2 or 3 players alive right now. Gambit's right above them. They got to be careful. I don't think they'll get spotted out, though. So Gambit actually is the ones that have to be cautious of their flank. They have no idea that GMT's right behind them.
That push by Gambit was insane. The fact
Brilliant.
that they were able to come out and get all 3 players back on top. But as you say, Fallout, GMT now making the drop down onto Gambit. This is not looking good for them. GMT knew where they were and they're able to clean them up with the PK.
Oh my goodness, GMT plays that so smart by hiding, waiting for Gambit, baiting them, and then pushing. Well played, well positioned by GMT. The Rats, the 3-man Rat squad, you don't see that very often. Serdell needs to try and buy Badoli some time. Badoli, of course, former member of Alliance, such a dominant player in Northern Europe. On board with Hardeki, last alive for Gambit. He was able to sneak away, but you wonder for how long is Rebels doing work as well.
If he can maybe keep it quiet, and it keeps up live, but as I say, that 789 with this crazy Loba teleport, it doesn't work out. Hardeki's still holding on, Fallout.
For his life, he finally gets taken out though, as Desu and 79 gonna get taken out as well. Serdell last alive for GMT, 3 squads remaining, needs the shield swap, needs it quick, gets it. Serdell on high ground. Rebel, 3 members alive, and you gotta think this is gonna be a Rebel win here, Glitter.
We talked about this. It's the new comp for Rebel. They had solid positioning the entire time, and they've been playing well since the last time we saw them. This is a crazy top 3 right now. This is huge for Rebel, a squad that really, really wanted to prove that they could really step up their performance. They didn't feel like their performance from the previous weeks was indicative of their skill, and this is exactly what they're looking for.
I was this close to predicting Rebel on the Dark Horse wildcard pick. I couldn't do it, but I should have done it perhaps, as Rebel's starting so strong right now, and they're playing this really, really well. They're waiting for this fight to finish between OP, and of course we have Serdell from GMT ratting and surviving. They are literally just surrounding the final 2 teams, playing this so slow. Kraber in hands with Taylor, one of the best Kraber players in my opinion. The young fragger, 20 years old, looking very, very well positioned to clean this up.
He's only got 2 shots left on the Kraber, though. He's got to make them count as some reses are coming out on behalf of ANC. Tries to make the push for the solo GMT player, but it's not going well, and Rebel's looking like they're going to be able to clean this one up very easily for themselves.
Yeah, and if I'm Rebel, I'm getting greedy. I'm hungry. I want these kill points as well. You should be able to clean up at least 1, 2, maybe 3 of these kills. All 3 would be nice. It is going to be Rebel cleaning everyone up, cleaning up the lobby, and winning game number 1. What a performance from Rebel.
That was impressive. I mean, I agree with you. I was very, very close after last week's performance to calling Rebel out for those predictions, and, you know, I feel like they are making me really wish that I did right now. Fantastic performance out of Rebel. It seems like that team comp is still paying off for them.
That's right. You know, what a story. If they can continue to perform, I don't want to get ahead of myself by any means because it's only 1 game down, but we were critical, right, of this Rebel squad who maybe performed below their expectations in championships and performed below their expectations to start Pro League, but have heated up after making that change, that transition. 10 kills and a first place finish, a 22-point game for Rebel as you see them dominating the leaderboards, Glitter.
Yeah, and looking actually down the leaderboard as well, we talked about Zeta. They might not have gotten those placement points that they wanted, but they still were able to get 6 kills on the board, as were Rats down there in 13th place. So lots of aggression coming out of some of these teams.
Yeah, that's right. High kills for sure. 789 in 4th, GMT in 3rd. Again, household names. Gambit in 5th overall, so a strong start from them. The 1 team, well, 2 teams actually you have to keep a close eye. Actually, I'd say 3 teams because Dungeon Masters looked so good in early Pro League, but we got Dungeon Masters, Maestro, and Navi in 17th through 19th place. La Cite France and Solo Q Goats there as well. So a lot of teams that you'd expect to perform. It'll be kind of the tale of 2 tales. The teams that started really, really strong, like Rebel and others, and the teams that we're going to look to step up big time. But a major congratulations goes to Rebel. Lead it to Taylor, the IGL and fragger of this team, leading the way as well with 1,100 damage. As Valk, Noth right behind him with 1,156 and 4 kills. Pierre, the support player for this team, utility player, just does whatever is needed to be done with the kill and 528 damage. A great game for them.
100%. This is a very, very solid performance and a great performance to kick off the entire day with for Rebel. I mean, they should be able to now have some solid momentum throughout the rest of the day.
That's right. Solid momentum indeed. The question is, though, I said at the top of the broadcast, consistency. Will Rebel continue to perform this way? And we know that, obviously, Rebel entered competitive Apex by picking up this Flavor of the Month squad, and boy, did they perform in game number 1. Will they keep it up, or will we see teams like Na'Vi, Maestro, and others step up in game number 2? We'll find out when we come back with Onset and Gaskin after this break.
We have our Apex champions. Bogey in my crosshairs.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League, and the EMEA action has started off in just the kind of way we wanted it to. It's going to be Onset and Dan Gaskin to take you through this second game of the day, Dan, and a really impressive start from Rebel, a team who have been a little bit quiet throughout the season. Just when it starts to get to the crunch time, they've started to turn up.
Yeah, I think even though the changes were a little bit disappointing for everyone involved, it does mean that it takes a lot of pressure on those who were down in the kind of 11th to 20th range. And Rebel were one of those teams, despite a very impressive performance last week. They now have the opportunity to really just take that pressure off of themselves, focus on how they want to approach the game, and get back to the Rebel that we once knew. Some of these players have been there for so long here in Apex Legends, and they have always been kind of fan favorites. They performed excellently, and for good reason, because, you know, look at the points they've been able to secure in game number 1, 22. Their composition is a little bit different from what we maybe traditionally saw from them way back in the day, but now with a Caustic and a Gibby alongside that Valkyrie, it very much allows you to rotate pretty early and then be a real nuisance in that late game.
Yeah, one issue that Rebel always had was when the zones would go a long, long way away from them and they would kind of struggle to get into zone, but Valkyrie gives them that ability to do so. And then, as you say, with the defensive legends of Caustic and Gibraltar, they can play a lot of different areas, and it's reflecting in the leaderboard. You can see here, 22 points on the board. It wasn't just a case of bunkering up for them as well, picking up a huge amount of kill points on their way to that win that we saw from them. Some good performances as well from Gambit, some notable plays in there, but I just want to, you know, Rebel need to get some love here, and I think rightly so, because it has been a difficult season for them. And like you said, the fact that we've had the pressure maybe taken off of them a little bit, maybe it was the pressure that made them step up before we had that unfortunate announcement that made them return to the form we see today.
That's true, because they were on just a couple of points going into last week, and that wasn't good enough. They were acres behind everyone else, but then a big 9 points in last week just allowed them to push themselves to the point where they could start to consider themselves on the same level as some of the teams they're going up against here today. It certainly wasn't a nice opening few weeks, but they really are starting to show their form now, and I think that just shows that it's not over till it's over, right? There are a few teams who look down and out, but now just seem to be finding their form just at the right time. With these changes, they do have a little bit more leeway than they do have before, and that might just give them that extra confidence boost they so desperately need.
Of course, these are the highlights from our first game of the day, and it's always great to see Taskmaster on your screens, because it doesn't matter what happens in the game, he's always going to be providing highlights when you're watching his POV. The Kraber shots were pretty crispy from him. Unfortunately, it was the battle that they had with Gambit that unfortunately didn't go their way, but you're still seeing some of those Kraber shots hitting pretty hard. Hardeki trying to get involved and get these final KP on the board for Gambit in that fight. He'd actually get res towards the end of the game and managed to disrupt a few teams on their way towards that end game, but it was Rebel with his positioning, Dan, just overlooking all the carnage that went down. We managed to sweep in and pick up that win.
Probably the three teams you don't want to see fighting is Maestro, Zeta, and Gambit. Three of the teams who have performed so excellently week in, week out, and could all be at the top of the leaderboard come towards the end of the day, but Rebel were more than happy to mop things up right at the end, and even though they had those defensive legends, they weren't the team who was just locked away inside that train track waiting for others to push them. They were the ones doing the pushing at the end. Great rotations from them, great positioning just to ensure that they were the aggressors when it got to that final circle.
Yeah, a little bit of patience from them at the end as well, just waiting to make sure that the opening was correct before they decided to push and make sure that they had the advantage in that final battle. But looking ahead to game 2 now, my question is, you know, going off the back of what Fallout and Glitter were talking about, we always mention consistency, and it is the buzzword in Apex Legends. I think for Rebel now, having won that zone, which was so far away from them, it gives them a chance to be consistent. They do have a zone that comes slightly more towards where they're going to be landing, and they don't have to make such a, you know, an extravagant rotation, so to look at that ability to traverse so much ground to get there. This could be a really good day for them. They could be putting up quite a lot of points on the board if they can continue playing and hit the shots they have been.
Yeah, even though they have that Valkyrie, even though they have that option to rotate through the skyward dive, I think when you've got a Gibraltar and you've got a Caustic, you would love to get a circle that favors your drop so that you can loot a little bit slower, you don't have to panic too much, and you can get into a position to then gatekeep other teams and really utilize those abilities that offer from those defensive legends. That being said, consistency is difficult in Apex. When you look across the past 4 or 5 rounds that we've had here in the Pro League, even the best teams that have absolutely dominated week in, week out, they still aren't finding kind of more than 3 victories. I think we haven't seen a team find more than 3 victories out of the 6. That's how difficult it is to be consistent. It's about trying to make sure you're always in that top 5. You're always in that question of the final circle. I think players in Apex Legends, they learn and they develop and they know that you can't win every game, but it's about giving yourself the best opportunity to pick up as much points as possible, and also recognizing when you can't win, getting aggressive, looking for extra KP, looking to pick up points where you might not if you just played it a little bit slow and just hoped the zone would come your way.
I just want to touch upon the point you were making when we came back from that break as well about, you know, the unfortunate news that we did have. Of course, we're going to be moving the playoffs to an online format, but the change in the fact that it's now not the top 10, it is the top 20. Some of those teams who might have been looking down in 18th, 19th and thinking, it's going to be tough for us to try and drag something back. We're kind of have to play to stay in Pro League here and not go into that relegation battle. All of a sudden, it's completely changed for them. There's going to be rejuvenated players, teams who are all kind of going, hey, let's jump on. Let's get into some more scrims. Let's really focus because we've got an opportunity now to make it into that 20-team lobby and to pick up some huge prize money as we do head towards match number 2, but also the playoffs itself.
It's a second wind, isn't it, for so many of these teams? They probably felt like the wind had been taken out of them and they had no chance. They were probably going to approach these final few rounds just for a little bit of fun, just try and maybe catch up on some teamwork and look towards the second split and look towards the later stages of the next Pro League. But now they get their second chance. They can refocus, they can reassess what they want to try and achieve here, and that certainly means we're going to get far more interesting games.
I want your views on Kungana, because it was a disappointing end of last season for them. They didn't make it into finals, which they wanted to do so desperately, and we've kind of beaten that story to death, so to speak. But this season hasn't been great for them either. There's been moments of brilliance that we know they're capable of, Dan, but what's going wrong for them? Because I can't quite put my finger on it at the moment. It just seems like they're falling out of games a lot earlier than we see a lot of the most consistent teams. Maybe it's a little bit of kind of a case of them taking too many fights a little bit early, a little bit of overconfidence. What do you think? It's just maybe their rotation parts aren't working out this year?
I think a lot of it could just come down to the Valkyrie meta. Now, I know they're a very good team and they can adjust and they can succeed in a meta like this. I think if you get rid of Valkyrie and you force everyone to naturally rotate by foot, that's when Kungana can really find their strengths. They're very good at assessing where other teams are going to be rotating, where they can catch them off guard, where they can hold them. But everything gets thrown out the window when you decide you want to hold a certain area and a team just Valkyries over the top of you, and suddenly then you're being held out. Yes, okay, they're playing Valkyrie as well, but then it just becomes a game of cat and mouse.
It's going to be a fight going down here, and 789 have only got Zanya left in this fight. Up on the high ground with Valkyrie, but he's going to take a little bit of damage. Only white shields to play with, but does have the ability to take hype. He's being pushed very quickly by a player who has purple shields, but that means nothing, as Dolphin will be put down. No shields, no problem. 66, and it's about to be one of the highlight plays that we're going to see all day. It looks like he's managed to escape for now, but the amount of damage he was doing to escape and keep 789 in this game is commendable in itself.
Manages to do damage. Unfortunately, the other team do manage to get that res off, and Zanya will decide it's just a matter of retreating and trying to save your bacon for a second. Maybe you can go back and get those death boxes a little bit later if Dolphin's squad decides they don't want to hold them, but I think that they'll be there for a little bit of time. There's actually now Zeta Division are going to be there, and they're going to try and pick up the extra little bit of KP, as still the last remaining player of 789 desperately trying to scamper away.
Yeah, a lot of action going down around Fragment East at the moment. You can see that Zeta Division just trying to get involved. Hearing that noise, hearing the battle go on and on and on means there's a chance for them to close that gap and maybe pick up some free KP. Taskmaster got the crack on the player on the cross. Wasn't able to convert it into a knock and an elimination. So unfortunately for Zeta, they don't get the kill point. However, they have managed to speed up their rotation slightly with that battle taking so long inside of Fragment East. Now they've managed to overtake a couple of teams, as you can see them making their way down south, where we did see that circle will be pulling.
Yeah, it is pulling very heavily down towards the south, and it does become a little bit of a race, doesn't it, of who can transition down the map that way quicker than the other teams, because when it is a circle like this one, it is slightly more predictable than others. Certainly you know the final circles, you know where it there or thereabouts should be ending, so at least if you could head that way, get into one of the priority positions, you put yourself in good stead.
EMP going down, GMT feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe they need a GMT just to relax a little bit. It's Top Dogs who are making the push. 0-0 going through the caustic gas to try and finish off these kills. Lovely wingman shots. Brings out the Peacekeeper maybe just to finish this thing off. And that is going to be done. So GMT, who will not be expected to be pushed so aggressively, find themselves on the receiving end of it. But look at this, Dan. A third party is starting to approach as well. Maestro in the area too.
Yeah, I think that's actually two teams who have heard that noise and just want to have a little sniff of it. Top Dogs, though, the ones who usually are doing the sniffing, are being sniffed out. Just one last remaining player. Maestro are desperate to try and pick up some KP here.
Ruabe is going to try and escape with his life. However, with barely any HP, it would be quite the survival act from him. But look at what the fight that's going down. Maestro with a team who are kind of waiting on the outside and have the HP advantage when you look at those shields in this fight. Shields what will come in for Sanya now. A long flank coming in from Bron as well. That's going to be the knock onto Mpe. haven't managed to get the full wipe quite as yet, as one player has managed to escape, but Maestro coming out the best of that situation.
Well, yeah, Maestro are still a 3. However, the other two teams are both down to just 1, and it's just about trying to survive. And Rabe's actually been able to get 0-0 back up, but that res would have given an audio cue to Maestro, and you can see they're already starting to set their targets by trying to finish Top Dogs off here. Top Dogs are the ones who kind of initiated this opening fight against GMT, and were probably thinking, hey, great, we've got some KP, we can get some loot, but you really do not have time to breathe sometimes in World's Edge. You've got to make sure you're always keeping your head on a swivel and you have plan B.
Interesting to see how aggressive the teams are actually being at the start of this game, though. Certainly something you don't expect to see in the first few moments. We've already seen numerous players going down, numerous teams being eliminated, and it's looking like for Top Dogs, this might be the end of the road in this game, number 1. The Caustic trying to do what he can to survive as Ron, with that flatline, is looking to finish things off, but it's going to be his teammate who comes in just to clean things up, Sanya, and that will be Top Dogs out. 17 squads remaining, 2 kills and 2 assists for Sanya.
Yeah, just a reminder, that's 2 teams out. We started with 19 because one of the teams have forfeited their position after disbanding. So it's just a 19-team lobby, but Maestro, you very much come out on top of that. They'll be delighted. After a rough game 1, where they kind of got caught between Zeta, they got caught between Gambit, now they can start to press on and maybe find the success that they have found in recent weeks. Certainly when we saw A versus B go up against each other the first time around, way back when in round 2, Maestro dominated this lobby, but it wasn't really until the latter stages of kind of game 4, game 5, game 6 that they start to pick things up. They got 2 victories, 1 in game 4, 1 in game 6. So they're used to having that kind of slower start. They're used to just slowly assessing the lobby and seeing where or whereabouts they can find their success.
One team who we talked about, rightly so, as they won that first game, were Rebel. We were saying how a little more of a southern zone might help them in their quest to become a little bit more consistent today. That's what they've got, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen right now that Rebel are positioned inside a dome here, and they do have one of the primary pieces of real estate to work with. Na'Vi also in the area, so they've got to be very careful as there's multiple teams inside of dome, and actually just in the background through the little crack in the dome to the right as well, there's a team just outside looking for any opportunities to pounce should any kind of fighting break out. But it is an opportunity for them here, Dan. This is a zone they know how to play, dropping over at Lava City. They should be in a pretty good spot.
And Rebel are in 17th right now. We talk about that top 20, and that's where you want to be to get into those playoffs. And other teams that are closely contested that could potentially cause an upset there. You look at Zeta Division, you look at, 789 could still make an effort. 4Gang are outside as well. I know they're not necessarily in this lobby here today, but those are all some big teams that I've named that you wouldn't really expect to be down that low in the leaderboards. You'd probably be expecting them to be in the top 10, let alone just the top 20. So these weeks and these remaining games, or this last week, should I say, everything is to be played for, and you really have to dig deep and find something a little bit different.
Look at Rats, living up to their name. Inside a zone, trying to sneak up behind La Cité France, I think it was, who are making their escape. As they make a little bit more of a rotation down to the south of World's Edge. La Cité France now maybe have an opportunity to actually hold them out. So Rats, although they were trying to make a little bit of a sneaky play, scuttle up behind La Cité France. Now they might be on the receiving end of a little bit of their own business here. We'll have to see how this one does play out as we get another look at that zone pulling towards Dome, and all the teams have made a good assessment of where that zone's going to be pulling.
I think when you saw that circle, a lot of teams were prioritizing Dome for good reason. You do see it shift heavily that way. The one thing you've got to be careful of is it can shift then back west, and it can go towards those rocks into those lava bits, and it leaves a lot of open ground, and it can be difficult sometimes to get to that area if you have really focused on the far side of the Dome area, but not something to worry about just yet. Instead, you can focus on maybe picking up some KP when teams do transition. As La Cité France still are trying to look for this team within the red. They do feel like they could pick up some extra KP here. Again, in round 2, when these two groups went up against each other, La Cité France found a lot of success. They did find 1 victory out of the 6. They finished on 44 points, joint second with Zeta Division. And that really shows that, they have what it takes to beat a lobby like this. Lobbies don't change that significantly over just the course of a few weeks. Teams are going to be dropping in the same location. They're going to be playing in a similar manner. Sometimes it can just come down to those clutch moments. Who can hit those shots in those 3v3s?
Solo queue goats are taking a page out of Rats' book, not from the way they're playing. That's Rats. It's from that name, because that is how Solo queue goats are playing. Solo queue Rats might be a more applicable name, as they're looking to hold out any team who tries to go through that choke and make their way down towards Lava Siphon. Let's see the France now decide to give up on what was a elongated battle. However, look at this. They're going to pounce now. Solo Q Goats. Exactly what they wanted to happen, but it's Rats who are on the receiving end, not the Seat de France. The Rats become exterminated, and that will be easy KP picked up by Solo Q Goats.
It's like one of those questions, what would win, 100 rats or 1 goat? Well, we had 3 rats versus 3 goats, and it was the goats who came out on top, and quite rightly so. I think when you can ambush so successfully like that, when the other team is unexpectedly and unaware walking around the corner, you're always going to have those first shots, and providing you don't miss, you get such an advantage because of it, and Solo Q Goats demonstrating that exactly in front of our very eyes.
I have another question, Dan.
Okay, oh, right, I'm in.
Sorry to jump, but this is just before, while we get a little lull in the action.
Yeah.
You know, this is me going off on a tangent here. You know, like in cartoons, when they put like mouse traps down for like rats and stuff, they put cheese on it. Cheese actually work? Like, do mice and rats actually like cheese, or is that just like a cartoon thing?
No, they really do like cheese. Yeah,
okay, cool. All right, move on.
Okay.
We can see a couple of teams. Yeah, you go back to your point. No, after you, please. I insist.
He's still thinking about food, ladies and gentlemen. That is on set. He very much has a brain focused always on food. What I was going to say was Solo Q Goats now have got a slightly difficult rotation to get to this kind of area where Zeta Division currently reside, where Rebel currently reside. They've all posted up in this dome area. And Zeta down to just 2 at this point. They haven't been able to get Impulse back up, and that is going to make it a very difficult ending for them if they're not able to retrieve that banner.
They can get the banner, though. They might be able to use this black market to get a mobile res beacon and get them back in the game. The question is, like you say, can they actually close the ground? As well as hold it down the spot they find themselves in. They will be safe for now. Some shots will be exchanged. The Apex Legends equivalent of waving through the window of a neighbor. A little bit of a sticky situation for them to try and work their way out of. Let's see to France. We saw them a few moments ago, and Solo Q Goats, who were the rats a few moments ago, find themselves now on the receiving end of a little bit of damage. Another fight going down here as Dungeon Masters inside of the gas and inside of the bubble. Will be Redragon, who managed to take them down. And the pace of this game, Dan, has really been fast. And now there's a third-party opportunity here. It's actually some shots from distance, so they have to be careful how they heal.
The demise of Dungeon Masters continues. They started so well in Pro League. Picked up 9 points in week 1, then dropped to 5 points week 2, 3 points last week, 0 points afterwards, and now they've been eliminated early again here in round number 2. It seemed to have struggled the further and further we've got into this one. It has been awful to see, and I hope they can pick things back up, but most importantly, they're still within that top 10, so even with those disappointing couple of weeks recently, the fact they had so many points in week number 1 still has them as one of the top 10 teams.
Well, it looks like DivQ has managed to at least survive here for Solo Q Goats. Does have that gold armor as well, so be able to heal up and maybe survive a little bit longer than most would inside of zone number 3. But with his 2 teammates being taken down, Zipper's being finished, and Shiv looks like he's on his way to the grave once more. This is not looking like a good game for Solo Q Goats. Les Eats de France have played gatekeeper for the majority of this, holding out teams from inside of the zone, and everyone trying to rotate from that most northern point to the southern point has really struggled to beat them.
Well, if you put cheese down to catch a rat, what do you drop to catch a goat? And that's a question for you all at home. If it's a member of the Solo Q Goats, maybe it's a gold armor you need to drop, because they're used to seeing those, used to finding those up towards Trials. And DivQ, he's already got one, so maybe it's the trap was taken. He might be able to actually get away, because every now and then a mouse does get away with the cheese.
I was gonna say grass.
There's plenty of that on World's Edge. I don't know if you'd be able to actually trap them, but at least DivQ's able to get both banners here, and if he can get away, there's still a chance that the Solo Q Goats could get back into this game. They've got into the top 15 on set, so they've secured that 1 extra placement point just from being into the last 15, but ideally now for DivQ, it's about playing that rat mentality, getting into the top 10, securing a few more placement points as much as possible, and then if you can actually get into a spot to use this beacon without, you know, drawing too much attention to the other teams, then who knows, maybe Solo Q Goats can get back up to a full 3.
Got plenty of meds to work with as well. The gold armor is going to have an impact. He can play very slow here. He can actually take a little bit of tick damage from the zone. He's got 11 syringes to work with, which is going to buy him the time he needs to get that extra little bit of survival time, like I mentioned, inside of the zone. But with teams in front of him, he's going to have to be extremely careful. We do see the kill feed, though, starting to light up a little bit. And we also get a little look at Gambit Esports here. We've got that care package weapon in the Spitfire in the hands of Hardeki. So maybe he's going to be able to create the openings that they're looking for here. But they're playing to the the west side of where this zone is going to be going, with all the teams over by Dome that are kind of starting to stack up, they might actually have a little bit of free reign here.
Zeta were in trouble in the kill feed, and you can see why. They're getting pushed by a couple of teams. They were only a 2, remember, but they are doing their best, but their best is not enough. It's only going to be 14th position for them. A couple of teams very much surrounding them and trying to take advantage of the lack of players they had on their team. As the circle closes, people are getting forced into fights here.
In Ghana, side of the mini dome, just kind of overlooking all the action. You can see that zone pull though. We are going towards the dome. It is going to be a dome finish, which is where Gambit Esports have won a couple of games in recent weeks. So even though they've got quite some way to go here, Gambit, as you see, they're the team on the top left of your screen in the picture They know how to navigate their way forward. Kangana are going to have to find a route as well here, Dan, as you see in the kill feed. Maestro picking up yet another kill, as Zeta France will lose 1.
So it has been the circle that really focuses onto Dome. We are going to get one of those finishes that fights so kind of weirdly at times, because people are going to hold in buildings for as long as possible. You're going to get a little bit of a standoff, but those who are outside of the dome areas, there's not much room for there to play now. You can play maybe the eggshells and try and hope not to be spotted out by a lot of the teams. It's all about timing when it comes to how you want to approach this final circle and where you want to move to. It's not as simple as just Valkyrieing into on top of a building, because every area now is going to be covered by someone, and you're going to be so vulnerable whatever position you try and take.
Well, let's see what they do now. Let's jump into a listening with Kangana and see how they navigate their way towards this zone.
I'm going to make a TP, I think. Fuck, dude.
We need to look behind as well so we don't get trailed.
I know.
I'm going to stay up on eggshell, I think. Just waiting for my juice.
Don't see anyone in van either.
I'd say 4 cut, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to make a TP into van. Come, run to me.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these guys. They dropped off. I don't know where they're going. There might be Valk ulting.
Comes.
Yeah, they're Valk ulting. Careful, they don't land on you now.
Safe on me, come to me, come to me.
I think we'll move up in case they come.
Yeah, van is safe. Just play here, play on this wall, but you need to barrel shit.
They're literally flying.
Shoot them. Nice, they flew away, good.
Tell me when to take the TP, I'm staying here.
You can take it whenever, May, or you can just run to me. We're literally playing all of this.
Dude, they got in? We're safe, dude, we have such a good space. You need to come up and barrel here, holy shit. We have so much space. So much fucking space, all of this. Yeah, we need to hold where May is, and you need to barrel in front as well.
Can we check for a rat behind there?
Yes. Wait, are there any rats? What is 9 times 3?
It should be 27.
27. Yeah.
Power of having a good race, Dan, being on display there for everybody to see. Kangana forcing their way to the back of this dome. You can see they're very, very happy with the position they managed to take up.
I just love what they did as well, just applying pressure when teams were Valkyrieing in, just to scare them away, and hearing how, you know, excited they were when a team wasn't going to drop on them, because they knew that they weren't going to have that terrible moment of trying to take a fight and risking other teams getting involved with that fight as well. 9 squads remaining. Na'Vi are getting some kills on the kill feed as well. This will slow down ever so slightly as people start to, you know, get into buildings, they start to get into little hidey holes, but as that circle closes, people will be forced out of those hidey holes. They're going to have to take fights sooner rather than later.
One of those teams is going to be ANC as well. As you can see, that zone pull means they're going to have to traverse across a little bit of open ground, and the fight they found themselves on won't be great for now, so they might be looking for KP. Looking to hold this team inside of the building when they rotate, maybe look to pick up those kills, but Kangana just still overlooking everything on the outside of the dome. Rebel also still alive and kicking inside of that building. You can see down at the very bottom of your screens, major pushers just outside of where that zone is going to be pulling, but they might be just about safe in the corner of this building, Dan.
Major Pushers, another team who hasn't really maybe shone as much as we thought they would. They had a great opening week 1, but have dropped off ever so slightly since, but still do find themselves in that top 15. So most importantly, within the top 20, that's their aim. But a solid average week, and they should be all right, you know, to go into those playoffs, and I think they'll be comfortable indeed. But at the moment, with this circle closing very shortly, a lot of these teams need to think about how they want to approach this end game, because a few of them are caught outside of the circle right now.
Yeah, and that zone is starting to close now, so we're going to see the action and the pace be forced, as these teams will have to move in to avoid the damage that's going to be coming in from the ring. Maestro Gaming just playing underneath in the outside of this building. If they can take the roof and have that height, then maybe they're going to have a pretty good position to play with, but there's so many teams in close vicinity, including the team who's up above them on the silos. It's going to be a very difficult position for them to play, trying to hold off teams from multiple angles here.
Maestro just trying to play as a 3, but it's very difficult because there's not much space to do so. All 3 of them are just so slowly making their way into that circle, and they know they're going to have to take a fight soon.
And you're going to be forced to use that defensive bombardment, maybe to force the team down from high, and Na'Vi are going to actually lose one. They are the team who is up on high. The defensive bombardment isn't going to strike, though, as the bubble will save them for now. Na'Vi expending that bubble. Look at Kangana, though, down. While all of this is going down, Maestro are trying to keep eyes on them to stop them forcing their way into this zone and stop them doing damage as well. JMW with the triple take is going to pick up a kill for Kangana as well. That's how we jump into the drone view, which is actually going to give us a really good lay of the land here, thanks to Na'Vi.
Kangana, though, just need to time their push very carefully here. They can watch everything unfold, but we're down to just 4 squads. If they time it to perfection, they could potentially win this game, but they have a lot of open ground to actually cover before they join the rest of these teams.
Strafey's going to be respawned here, thanks to Kuya on Crypto. And Na'Vi will be up to 3. What kind of impact is Strafey going to have? Is it going to be Snipe Down-esque at the end of that epic ALGS game where he had the heirloom in his hands and managed to pick up 2 kills? Or will it be something which is a little bit more of a damp squib? We'll have to see. But for now, he's back in the game. Maybe they're going to drop him off 1 gun so that he can do a little bit of damage.
Kangana have to move here. Circle's closing in.
And like you say, Kangana are going to have to make that move. Strafey, welcome back. And Na'Vi just getting peppered by multiple angles right now.
I'm worried for Kangana. I think they're going to be focused by all 3 of these teams if they're not careful. Rebel have got a window that they can consistently look out of and continue to do damage to all of these teams as well. Rebel in one of the best positions right now.
Oh, 100%. Rebel looking very, very strong. The winners of game number 1 inside the top 4 in game number 2. Consistency, the question. And they're answering it now. Major pushers making their move up to high ground. They want to try and assert some dominance on the lobby. The Valkyrie Q going in, the Missile Swarm not quite connecting, but certainly forcing that team to not be able to poke over them. And somehow or other, everyone for now has survived and found somewhere to play. Rebel with the Caustic is going to be very safe inside of this building. As the teams fight, for Rebel now, it's about finding that opening to move outside when the other engagements are going down.
I think the biggest surprise for me was how Kangana have been able to so easily get into this circle, but both Major Pushers and Kangana on the outside, Rebel on the inside at the moment, as well as Na'Vi just above them. But they're all going to have to fight in around 20 seconds or so, and it is not going to be pretty on set.
All that fighting is going to happen just outside of this door, and you can see that Rebel are waiting for the shots to go down. Na'Vi have managed to get Strafey something to work with as well. You can see the shields are working for it. Either 8 shots are going to be hitting, but maybe not quite how they would have wanted. Na'Vi now decide they have to send if they want to pick up KP, but Kangana are going to come out on top of the damage exchange. Now the push is going to be coming in from another team from height. Rebel now make their move down to the low ground. We're into our final 2 teams. Rebel looking to go back to back, just looking for the final player. It is back to back for Rebel. Game 1 goes to Rebel. Game 2 goes to Rebel. We asked about consistency. They're giving us the answers.
It's almost like you got your crystal ball out. You were saying Rebel would love to see a zone head their direction, and it very much did. Right down in the dome area, they were rubbing their hands together. They posted up early, and they waited successfully inside that building quite some time. They applied pressure to the team so no one would try and take that priority position off of them, and then it was just merely about biding their time, picking up KP where they could, and then eventually getting the victory because of it. Still 5 kills alongside the 12 placement points. A very successful game for Rebel. Really impressed with what Kangana did as well, considering their rotation, considering how they got outside of those eggshells and still managed to maneuver their way into that last circle. They'll be delighted with that one. Maestro with 8 kills was a big game for them. They just didn't necessarily have the placement points to go alongside it, but still an impressive 12 points in total.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Diff as well. I mean, look at the solo queue goats down in 6th place overall, and from the position they found themselves in, I think there was about 13, 14 teams alive when 2 of his teammates did go down. When we saw him playing inside of the zone and just managing to heal up to survive, essentially, to get towards that end game. So shout out to solo queue goats and what Diff managed to do. But it is the Rebel show at the moment. Rebel, as David Bowie would say, game 1 and 2 going to them. And that means they're on a total of 39 points, the dream start for them.
Yeah, a 21-point lead over anyone else in this lobby, and that is sometimes a significant enough lead where you can have a couple of bad games and still be top of the leaderboard here. But Rebel won't want to slow down. We want to continue to apply the pressure to put themselves with more of a distance between these teams, because being down in 17th place in the overall standings, yes, okay, that's good now that they have actually seen the changes. It's unfortunate that it's not going to be at LAN. It is going to be online instead, but it means the top 20 teams get to those playoffs. So Rebel can be a little bit more safe. They can be a little bit more relaxed, but they have to ensure that they still play in this way so that they do keep that top 20 spot. They cannot let it slip.
Yeah, one thing to point out as well was the pace and the aggression in this lobby was something maybe we're not used to seeing, especially in the EMEA region. We saw some really early engagements being taken by multiple teams. And if that's anything to give us a lay of the land and how the rest of the games are going to play out, it's going to be pretty tough to be consistent because you never know what one of those other teams in the surrounding area is going to be trying to do. But looking down at the other end of things, you mentioned Dungeon Masters, how they've they had a really good start to the year and slowly fallen off a little bit. Les Cité France have been pretty solid all the way through the year as well, but not the greatest a day so far for them.
No, I think Dungeon Masters will be really disappointed with that. Still yet to pick up a point here, but only 2 games have gone. It really can change very quickly. I have said that in previous weeks we've seen some teams finish 20th, 18th, and then suddenly pick up 2 victories in games 5 and 6 and saw their way up the leaderboard, sometimes enough to even take the entire day. So I wouldn't put it out of the realms of possibility of Dungeon Masters making some sort of comeback here, but they certainly look a little bit uncomfortable just looking at those opening 2 games.
Yeah, after that second game as well, Maestro jumping up 13 positions. So a very, very good game for them, getting into that end game and picking up the KP that they needed to make that jump. Na'Vi as well, jumping up 7 places as well as major pushers. So they're the 2 big movers. Kagana as well, should be mentioned, the second place in that game, and also picking up some points to jump them up onto 18 overall and jump them up 6 places. I mean, it's only teams are looking at already in this leaderboard. I'm thinking, hey, where have you been in these first few games? Because it's a little bit surprising for me to see Gambit down in 13th, because it seems like every time we've seen them, they've been winning the fights they've been engaged in.
Yeah, I think Gambit, Zeta Division, you've got to look at those 2 squads and say they could be a real nuisance to the rest of the lobby if they start to get firing, because they, alongside Maestro, have so much of a damage output that they can, if they get to those final circles, just cause the rest of the lobby absolute mayhem. But there's your champion squad. Rebel were slow, they were patient, they bided their time, and they were rewarded for that patience. You can see the damage isn't as high as what you would see from other teams who have been able to, traverse the entire map. They've been shooting other teams, they've been taking fights left, right, and center. It was only a couple of fights that Rebel really had to take, and they were right at the end of the game, and that's all you've got to do in Apex Legends. Sometimes you have to plan your strategy, you have to survive. It is a survival game at the end of the day, being a battle royale, and if the zone does come your way, then of course you're not going to have that much damage to start with, but it's about how effective you are with your damage when those fights do come.
Well, it's time for us to jump into a break now. Rebel going back to back in game number 1 and 2. Game number 3 around the corner. We'll be back with more Apex Legends Global Series.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. This is EMEA. This is our second to last match day and second to last opportunity to break into that top 20 to qualify for the playoffs next month. I'm excited. Fallout joined alongside Glitter as we get ready for game number 3. But so far, Glitter, it's been Rebel proving everyone wrong, showing that they are still a top team in Europe.
Yeah, I feel like we might need to change our picks a little bit here. To be fair, though, I mean, we did talk about how Navi and Maestro had a really rough first game. Both those squads have a big bounce back here in this match. And that's kind of the name of the game. You know, sometimes you get one bad performance and all you need is one really solid one to even it all out and set yourself on a solid playing field. But Rebel right now is just, they're the talk of the town.
Yeah, that's right. And Kangarn is another team that we talked about had to perform and maybe hasn't performed up to expectations the first couple weeks of Pro League, and they performed well in game number 2, currently in 3rd place overall as well. So 2 of the teams that we had our eyes on that had kind of targets on their back as must-perform teams, well, they showed up so far, but again, we'll keep saying it. The question is consistency. It's only 2 games in. We are about to jump into game number 3 here for this EMEA broadcast. And again, it's our second to last day of Pro League. And for those that are maybe just watching for the first time, just kind of break down how the Pro League works. We've had 12 total match days or games of competition, and as a result of that, standings based on placement and performance in each week. As a result of that, the top 20 teams are going to be qualifying for our online playoffs competition as we are getting close to that final day, which is going to be on Sunday. This is the last weekend, Glitter, last chance for teams to really go big.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to see some of that reflected in the gameplay here. I mean, a lot of these teams are fighting tooth and nail to get whatever points they can to give themselves a solid finish at the end of the day. I mean, the most painful situation is being in that 21st spot out of 20. You don't want to be that team that's right on the cusp. So not only are the teams that we talked about in 18th, 19th, 20th trying to just do well enough to maintain a solid spot, but all those other teams below are trying to battle their way in.
And, you know, it's funny, we just jumped on board and started with Clean. That's one team that's right on that fringe. They're in 20th place coming into the competition today. So G Dolphin, former coach of TSM, has been competing, played alongside Snipe Down and the Sniper Abusers way back in the early online tournaments, qualified for that first major. That was, of course, right before COVID shut things down and obviously changed everything. But we know G Dolphin's been doing it for a very long time as we jump on board with All Plan W Serious from France, playing alongside Mpe and Krama Uwu.
And yet another northern zone. So will we see a repeat of some of those top squads that we saw? Will Rebel be able to make a quick rotate on up there? I mean, switching back on over to Clean, though. Clean's already in a fight, and I feel like after the last game, we're starting to see some earlier engagements.
Yeah, Clean decided to drop Fragment. They're fighting either 789 or Zeta, who drops on this side of the map here. And that's going to be one first kill pickup on Esdesu. It's 789. And that's just been so unfortunate for 789. If you're a fan of this squad, almost every week in Pro League, they've been contested in Fragment East. I mean, that's why GMT, the former Nasky Straight Fidel squad that was the kings of Fragment East, they left. They said, you know, we don't want to deal with this madness. We don't want to deal with this inconsistency of potentially getting contested every other Pro League match. And that's unfortunately what happened to 789.
Zeta, though. Zeta, another one of those teams we talked about at the beginning that were right on the cusp, need a lot of points. Zeta's had a very, very strong day for themselves here so far, and they are now in control of this area, checking out that next zone. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm excited about the variety that we're getting right now in these zones. It's really kind of keeping these teams on their toes.
Yeah, that's right. Zeta, one of their few teams that plays Loba, which means Taskmaster can kind of quick loot, find that right shield, quick loot the rest of Fragment, and make that quick rotation. But you're right, this time it's going to go north a little bit to the west compared to the northeast or straight north zone we had in game number 1. Zeta decides to avoid all the madness in the fight from Clean and 789 and just early rotate. Wise decision from them. And it looks like, keep in mind, you see 19 squads alive. Well, it's because we only have 19 total squads in this game. One of our teams, Catboys, disbanded. So this is a 19-team match day. So no one is out yet. 789 has lost Esdesu, but still alive and still revived.
Some crispy shots coming out of G Dolphin right now, though, with the 30-30 dealing out as much damage as possible, trying to just chip away at any of these teams that are in the general vicinity so that they can get some early points on the board, but also kind of make their competition for rotating out of this area even less so consideration-wise. And it looks like he's going to try and chase this down and really wants to clean this up.
Yeah, I know he got flushed right there, so I thought he would continue to chase, but wisely decides to back out. He knows Zeta was earlier just on the other side of Fragment. His teammates are so far away, and as a Wraith player, as an Ashe player, you can get a little caught up, but you want to be careful. You want to keep a tight leash to your teammates to make sure you're not overextending or putting yourself in a bad spot.
Definitely forcing those teams away, though, from their area, which is going to be huge for Clean. Now checking in with all planned, though, as they're making their rotation through the map, trying to make sure they make it through this choke okay. And as we take a look at that top down, there are so many squads in this area right now.
Insane. We talked about clumping from last game. Talk about an absolute madhouse right now here on the northern side, right to the east of Skyhook. Sir Dell and GMT nearby. And here comes the push. A good shot being put in by Dell. He's going to absolutely melt one. Nasky's going to knock Navy. That's Kangarna, who performed last game. Well, 2 of them eliminated to the hands of GMT, and Zeta is nearby as well.
These teams are battling for this position, all those caustic barrels, making it a really, really solid and safe position right now for GMT as they try to see if they can hunt down any remaining players on the low ground. We see the Wraith portal being taken to get a little bit of a reposition here. Zeta is in a rough spot. They've already lost their Valk. Their Gibby's low. Taskmaster's trying to get a little bit of a reset here, but this is not the way they want it to start.
Yeah, 9 Impulse is going to be able to heal back up. And you gotta be cautious here, right? You might think you can take this 3v3. No, you definitely don't want to take this 3v3 because you have teams like Solo Q Goats nearby. As I say that, actually, Solo Q Goats gonna light up 789 in the Olymp feed. Zeta Taskmaster also putting in work. So many teams nearby that play in Skyhook, especially in this lobby. We have 3 teams dropping Skyhook, 3 teams dropping Fragment, 2 teams dropping Countdown and Lava Fissure, Kangarna being the Lava Fissure squad. So much activity. There's almost 10 teams in the northern side of the map here, which is why you want to be really, really careful in this fight because third parties will be looming.
Ooh, and now we get to check in with Rebel, our back-to-back winners of the day so far. Insane performance out of them, now making their rotation on the way through. And this is a very similar zone to what they won in that first game. So if they're comfortable, familiar with it, if they can get another solid spot and play the edge the way that they did, this could be another... I don't think... there's no way they can do 3 wins in a row, right? Maybe another top 5 finish, though?
Imagine a back-to-back-to-back. Listen. We kind of doubted Rebel, didn't really have Rebel on our radar too much. I mean, well, you and I did. We said we wanted to, clearly we predicted what was going to happen, but not everyone did. As we have, if that's the case, then anything is possible. They can win a back-to-back-to-back game here. That would be insane, but they got Gambit running right alongside them, perusing like 2 boats on the Mediterranean right now over in Europe. I wish that's what I was doing. Not going to lie.
That's a very relaxing visual, though. I do appreciate that.
Imagine 2 yachts passing Mykonos. Oh my gosh. That'd be fantastic. As we jump on board with Deadside in a much worse, more dire situation than that. They're currently in zone, but late rotate on purpose. Dead Inside drops all the way down and launch sites. That's a really, really far rotation for them.
Yeah, and they don't look like they should be running into anybody yet on this rotate, so they should be fine as they continue their push forward. But now moving back on over to Epicenter, we see Rebels made their way all the way up here. Na'Vi, though, looking down on them from high ground, but also in an engagement with yet another squad. And this is where things are potentially going to get a little bit messy as all of these teams try to make their way to the north and find a solid position to hold because so many of them did it so quickly.
Yeah, we have Na'Vi who drops Overlook. We have Gambit, and we have Rebel, all kind of playing Epicenter, deciding to go far top right and trying to play dead side of the zone if they can. So those teams might clash. Na'Vi got taken out first. Didn't see what happened to them in game number 1, but somehow got in a fight over an Overlook. And I wonder if they actually 50-50 Overlook, because I don't think... I know 789 dropped Fragment East. I don't know if Clean dropped Fragment East in game number 1. They may have, and they may have been continuing to split that. But this north side of the map is really congested, Glitter. I mean, we have, I think, 12 to 14 teams playing north and only 6 to 8 teams playing south. It's really, really an interesting lobby.
Yeah, which is why we can see them all making that really aggressive early push because they know there's so many more teams they're going to have to contend with when they're on this half of the map. Gambit here looking to see if there's any of these teams in the buildings, which, you know, they're potentially going to want to hold themselves if they can. You could see them rotating there right along the top edge of the zone. I mean, talked about the dead side of the zone. We're going to see a lot of teams trying to do something like that because they're going to try to avoid these early game engagements, but they don't have too much more time at their disposal to continue avoiding those fights as we get closer and closer to zones 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's right. For those that don't know or are unaware what the dead side of the zone means, it's the side of the zone that's least likely to have activity. It's the dead side or the empty side of the zone. Typically the side of the zone, like right where we see right now, where there's no zone, there's no land and no kind of occupiable area nearby. You see Rats playing dead side or high side right now, and if the zone pulls south, well, the south side would be the dead side because that's the side that's up against the edge of the map, as Rats has Rebel in a really rough spot.
Yeah, that I did not realize that was Rebel that was taking all the damage from Rats. This is a really, really tough position. Rats positioning so much damage with the bombardment coming down, and Rebel might not stand a chance right now.
That's right. Rats is playing this really well. Caught Rebel in just such a tough spot. 2 members of Rebel going to go down here, and Rats should be able to clean up this last one. Bloodhound giving them the scan, giving them the intel to find that third. It's going to be Pierre last alive, and Pierre's doing some work here. He's not going down without a fight. Sorbang flanking all up to Pierre. Nope, Pierre's going to get taken out, and Rats find themselves 3. But they got to be careful because we know Gambit and Na'Vi could third party this, and yes, Gambit is going to actually decide to push up here, but Lecite de France nearby as well.
Yeah, this could potentially be a rough pinch for Rats, especially because they had to push into the zone, take the damage to finish off that fight as Lecite de France are coming through the tracks. I mean, Gambit's got an angle on everyone right now.
And that's what happens when you decide to take that fight in mid-game like this. You are so susceptible to third parties, and Gambit's going to come in and clean up the Rats. So 2 or 3 kill points for Gambit. Rats eliminated. So even though you're on dead side, typically in ranked games, if you're Platinum, Diamond, and Ranks, dead side's going to be empty. But obviously most players at the top level know that dead side's the way you want to play and the kind of the best place to play. So dead side actually ends up becoming the most active side. And that's what we're seeing right here as Tolkien of Rats just trying to hide and rat his way to a top finish.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things that's rough about these zones. Unless you're taking these fights as quickly as possible, all of that sound is just kind of luring the surrounding squads to you, trying to bring them in with that third-party thirst. But as we jump back on board with Lecite de France, they are struggling as well. They do manage to at least clean up that final kill onto Rats, taking them out, and they should be able to get this res, as I don't think Gambit's going to be making that push in on them. This is going to be some solid points for LCDF.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on Gambit, who was very, very close by. I'm interested as to why they decided not to push that, because they could have just done the same thing, long-range poke, but maybe Gambit got preoccupied. If we can jump on board with Gambit, that'd be awesome. Just to kind of see where they're at and what they're doing. But for now, Lecite de France will survive and be able to push through tunnels. Lecite de France drops Skyhook, so they've just been kind of chilling in the north side of the map in these tunnels and worked their way over, got some kill points, and here's Gambit. Yep, Gambit got a little side distracted from another team behind them.
That is such an incredibly lucky situation for Lecite de France that Gambit decided to switch their focus, but they probably knew that there are so many more teams trying to make this rotate in. As you can see where the zone is, Gambit does need to push in a little bit. Zeta, another one of those teams that we did watch make that rotate through, and I think they were ahead of Gambit in that rotation. So now they should probably be in a similar area. I think Gambit's going to try and see if they can sneak up on Zeta.
It's Hardeki with the wide left flank. What a smart play from Hardeki, doing Hardeki things. 2 knocked, 1 last member alive for Zeta Division, and of course leave it to Hardeki to make the play with the wide left flank. Brilliant positioning and flank right there from Hardeki.
That was huge for Gambit. I mean, doing Gambit things at this point and still dishing out some poke damage as well, getting more KP on the board, making this look easy right now. Hardeki's having a fantastic day so far.
He's having a field day, to be honest with you. That's what he's going to do, flanking Nags wide left, so that's going to be Nags from Clean, and Clean, who drops Fragment East, might be the next on the hit list for Gambit. They take out Rats, they flank and take out Zeta, and now they're on the brink of taking out Clean as well. That's going to be 9 KP almost for them.
Clean does manage to find a little bit of cover here while G-Dolphin tries to heal up, now down to a 2-man squad, and very likely that they are not going to be able to grab that banner. So they're just going to have a little bit of a reset here. Na'Vi still on this high ground. They've been here for a while, but we're seeing some arc stars coming out of major pushers.
Yeah, big fight over in green. This is the green building of Fragment East. As you see here, a couple shots, long range. City Cleave connecting for 1. Nice shots coming through, and it's going to be Mpe, the team that rotated far left. Meanwhile, Shiv's going to take out Hardeki in the kill feed, so it looks like Solo Q Goats decides to join the fun, and Hardeki is currently knocked. The revive should come through. This is an interesting one. We got Clean, Solo Q Goats, and Gambit all nearby.
I mean, you said it. you said it yourself, Paul. You were talking about how Solo Kugos is in a fantastic spot to be able to rotate through, do some damage onto one of these teams. We were just waiting for them to kind of make that push, and now we see their names start to pop up here in the kill feed. Gambit, though, with yet another recovery, not willing to lose Hardeki this early on in this game, so that's going to be a nice little reset for them as they continue to go on the hunt, it seems, try and find any of these solo players that are running around, because they have just been picking individuals off left, right, and center.
Yeah, and I see Shiv by himself standing from dead inside nearby as well, and Clean are the teams that are still kind of surviving at head side. Oh my goodness, headshot with the Kraber question mark, almost connects to Shiv, barely misses that one. But he's going to get back up. Yeah, Shiv is actually the last alive in his team, so anything that he's doing is actually with the Kraber right now. We didn't see that necessarily in real time, but Shiv putting in work and just still causing a nuisance. Running around the map solo like a team of 3 is Shiv with the Kraber right now, courtesy of the smoke grenades.
Listen, he's got to get some points on the board for his squad. You can see that he does have at least 1 kill on there, so trying to do the best that he can, especially with the Kraber. I mean, you don't want to leave that in somebody else's hands. Lands another shot on a rotating squad, and Shiv is not going to go down quietly.
Yeah, and in fact, the opposite of quietly, making all types of noise, and Shiv is just having fun right now, playing a free-for-all, is what it looks like. We'll keep a close eye on Shiv. We know Gambit Clean nearby. Gambit is still hunting for those fights, and what's been so interesting about this game, Lauren, is the dead side of the map that we talked about has been kind of the most active side. We've seen madness ensuing on the north side of the map. Let's take a look at the circle here at the top left. Pretty even spread, and the next zone, well, there's not going to be a whole lot of real estate. I think that's Na'Vi in yellow, well positioned right now. The rest of these teams are going to have to rotate. These 12 squads will get eliminated in this rotation for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough push for a lot of these teams. Na'Vi, though, like you were saying, they've held that spot for quite some time. Shiv finally does go down there at the hands of Gambit. Hardeki yet again getting some more points on the board for his squad. But Na'Vi, once this finishes pulling, I mean, or closing in on these teams, they have had a solid position the entire time, and they're going to be able to see everybody making their rotate in.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the zone to pull back towards Epicenter, but it did, so Na'Vi is very well positioned. Hardeki takes out Shiv there. Shiv was like a mosquito, just kind of wandering around, and Hardeki says, all right, let's enough of this madness. Let's take you out. Shiv is out, 1 team behind them, and that should be a safe fight. If they want to take that fight, I think the risk of third party is pretty limited because you're on high ground as well, and it looks like Hardeki might recognize that. He's going to be doing the same thing, pushing with the port wide left, so that way him and his team have angles. I think they're going to try and take that fight. We'll keep a close eye on Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, the angles that Gambit has been getting in general today have just been completely phenomenal. As we check back in with Clean, they've managed to get themselves set up again and are trying to deal a little bit of damage, but as soon as Gambit sees where the damage is coming from, they decide to make that push, knowing that they're probably going to win that fight, as Hardeki just destroys yet again Fallout.
I mean, only Hardeki in EU. I mean, single-handedly pushes Clean, breaks ice on that fight. The one team that was just a nuisance to them, both out, Unlucky and Dolphin. G-Dolphin going to get eliminated here, and Hardeki just decides to push a 1v2 by himself, takes out G-Dolphin on the 1v1. That was a pure 1v, obviously. He had first shot in the flank. Hardeki playing so well right now in this game number 3.
I mean, we were waiting for Gambit to find their groove, and I feel like in this game they have most definitely found it. They are doing so well for themselves right now. So much damage on the board, and there's still 10 squads left in the game. I know it feels like we just watched a lot of people go down, and we did, but there's still 10 squads alive.
Yeah, we talked about when this next ring collapses, that 10 is going to turn into 6 or 7 real quick, maybe even less than that. It's going to be a tough rotation for a lot of them. Let's see DeFrance dropping Skyhook. That's the team that's been behind Gambit this whole time. And probably the team that has the best opportunity to shut down this red-hot Gambit squad right now. They do have high ground. They're keeping a close eye on them. Here comes the fight. We got Let's see DeFrance versus Gambit over towards Survey Camp. Back on board with Joke. Great shots put in, and it's going to be melting Artsco. He's going to get taken out, but the third party's going to come through, Glitter.
There was so much going on. I think Maestro has a bow up on high. I mean, I don't know what the choices are right now. LCDF manages to get away from a lot of the damage that was coming their way. The bats do come out. They're starting to lose players as enemy squads realize that they are in a tough spot, but they're actually kind of recovering a little bit here, getting a few more points on the board. I don't think Larabinho is going to be able to survive this one, though.
Yes, we called it. It was Lecite de France who ended up raining on the parade and ending the spree of Gambit. Gambit gets taken out. It was a tough rotation for Gambit to make, and they got third-partied and eliminated, but LCDF follows suit. Na'Vi, though, still, as you said, Lauren, called it perfectly, best position to win this. Maestro in a pretty solid spot themselves. Not a whole lot of resources, not a whole lot of shield here.
Do you see that? Kron has lost the bow, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe I saw it pop up in the kill feed as well. So apparently it's working out for Maestro right now. Another squad that we had in our sights coming into the day. I mean, this is an interesting play that they've got going on right now, but so far it seems to be working.
Yeah, this is wild. Their positioning right now is just insane, and not only that, but Kron is like Legolas with the bow. Meanwhile, PKMK, someone's right below him, doesn't realize that the rat is nearby, needs to be careful, and that other team is going to come and flank. Finally, that individual enters the fight. Big shot being put through between a rock and a hard place, quite literally, and PKMK of Redragon clutches up, but the third party comes.
Oh, that in the smallest possible area for these teams to try to take a fight without taking additional damage. They squeezed as many bodies as they could in there. ANC now all on gold shields. This is pure chaos in a zone that I was not expecting to begin with here, Fallout. 5 squads left.
Checks Andy Jackson playing really well today, by the way. We haven't given them enough credit. Second place overall. Dead Inside team has been doing it for a while. Picks up Kazakh Boy from Kazakhstan, our only Kazakhstanian player in this competition. Putting on for his country right now, and they're still alive and well. But OP Shek's nearby. Stanny's going to see him and should take him out here momentarily. It's not looking good right now for Stanny, or for him, for Shek, sorry. But he's Dead Inside with 4 squads left, still alive and well kitted here. I think Maestro's still alive as well.
Yeah, GMT down to just Surdell at this point as he tries to deal some damage with the Wingman. Does get a shield crack, and the focus is actually on the bubble that he was just aiming at, which could work out well, but does he know that there's a squad immediately to his left? Na'Vi, the team on high, is finally starting to get into an engagement. They almost all lost their shields here as well, but I think they're going to be able to back off and recover just a little bit.
Yeah, it's a big 3v3, and Navi's going to come out on top. Major pushers out, and that should be enough time for the shield swaps to heal back up. We know there's one GMT rat still alive, so I think this is a Na'Vi game to win or game to lose, depending on how you put it here. Dead Inside on low ground, not looking good. And we know Surdell, the last alive on GMT, can just poke away and maybe get some KP here, maybe sneak away a second place finish. That's a great rat round right there for GMT.
Yeah, huge extra points on the board as well for them, getting some additional placement points while the rest of these teams fight each other. Zero focus has been on Surdell. Na'Vi has now reset and has their sights set on Dead Inside. So, like you're saying, there's a possibility for GMT to rat a little bit here.
See how Surdell decides to play this. Most likely, we'll just do whatever it takes to ensure he gets second. I mean, that's 10 placement points, or sorry, 9 placement points for a rat game where your teammates got taken out very, very early. That's a good situation. Meanwhile, we got a pure 3v3 between Na'Vi and Dead Inside. Na'Vi on high ground, mobile respawn beacon just for cover right there. And here comes the push on low ground. They're going to find that last rat. That's going to be Dell taken out here, but no, somehow survives for now. Bye-bye.
Listen, he tried. I was worried that as soon as, if Na'Vi made that push down, then that's when he was going to get spotted out, and they decide to make that final aggressive push. Now they're focusing down onto Dead Inside, but they do lose a player. Stanny ends up taking somebody out, and now Dead Inside's looking like they're the ones with the advantage here.
Yeah, Dead Inside will win this game. What a play from Dead Inside. It started with team firing. They were able to melt one member of Na'Vi who got taken out. The team firing was next level right there. They had 3 R301s, it seemed like, just absolutely beaming. They get the knock, and Dead Inside on low ground wins game number 3. What a turnaround.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting that. I mean, Na'Vi held that high ground literally the entire game, only made the push down to clear up the one solo rat. They technically had a lot of cover they could work with, but Dead Inside wanted to get that dub.
Yeah, they did everything they possibly could, and they performed and executed near perfect. And look at the 9-kill game from them as well. I mean, that is huge for Dead Inside. A team that came in today's competition, one of those teams that kind of had to perform. They were actually on the brink of relegation, I think is the lower part of the standings overall. They were in 33rd place. They were one of those teams that were going to get relegated, and they performed big time in game number 3, keeping their Pro League dreams alive, right behind the Na'Vi in second. GMT ratting their way into a 3rd place finish, though, overall. But look at the Gambit kills. 7 kills for Gambit, 9 points for Gambit will keep them somewhat near the top.
Yeah, I honestly thought that they had that one in the bag. It was one unlucky fight, one unlucky third party, because the way that Hardeki was playing was just scary.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dead Inside rotated all the way from launch site, and look at the damage that they did. They had to actually traverse the entire map. 1,400 damage for Stanny, 1,781 damage for the Kazakh boy himself, and Faizu with 800 damage on Caustic. A very, very strong game from them. And I mentioned it, Kazakh, representing Kazakhstan, one of our few players, actually our only player from that country here in EMEA, and representing very, very well Glitter.
Yeah, this was an impressive and, like you were saying, Fallout, and a necessary performance for Dead Inside when we take into consideration the standings and the situation that they were in. So hopefully this is kind of their propulsion now for the rest of the day. Get some more points on the board, put themselves in a solid spot, and get themselves out of that red zone.
Yep, that's right. Well, let's go ahead and welcome Kate back to the desk. We mentioned earlier she'll be joining us at the end of game number 3. Kate, 3 games in. How are you feeling so far?
Well, you know what I'm feeling? I'm feeling like we've had some pop-off games from some teams that needed to win today, and they needed to go big. And that brings me to my first question for you lovely people, which I think is such an important one, and it's something that we touch on a lot, but I want you to dive deep for me as we take a look at some of our highlights here. I want you to talk about the difference between popping off and consistency. Rebel has shown us incredible things today, Fallout, but the reality is they came into this at 17th. Dead Inside towards the bottom of the leaderboards as well. Talk to me a little bit about that sort of relationship between the consistency that we see on some of these top 10 teams and the popping off that can happen to impact our leaderboards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes you have pop-off games, right? 15 to 18 kills, 25-plus points to finish things off. Sometimes you just like to stay consistent, 4 to 7 kills, but you're staying in the top 3. Both ways kind of work. Sometimes you do both. You consistently pop off, and that's what we saw from Rebel in games 1 and 2 here. It was all Rebel all day. Gambit, one of those teams that plays more for high kills, very aggressive in your face. We saw that throughout the entirety of our highlights. This is game 1, but we'll see that in game number 3 as well. But in the end, Rebel's been looking so incredibly good, consistent, with some big games, big kill games in games 1 and 2 so far, Glitter, but not necessarily the same story in game 3.
You know what? I think it was really just them trying to give somebody else an opportunity to get a win on the board because they were a little bit unstoppable for the first third of the entire day. Okay, it's only one slow game for Rebel to probably be able to bounce back, but on the flip side of that, we're seeing other squads starting to step up when Rebel isn't taking that first place spot, right? I mean, not only did we see the teams that were at the bottom in game 1 do better in game 2, but then overall, I mean, you were asking for those pop-off performances, Kate. I feel like that's what we saw here in this third game now when you take into consideration that our 33rd place team overall gets that win.
Oh, I absolutely love that. And as we take a look at some of these moments, these very integral aspects, Fallout, we know that this is the beginning, a middle, and an end to every story, and of course that for sure in our matches. Talk to me a little bit about the beginnings, primarily the drops. As we've seen again and again, and I think you were the person to even mention it, that northern area of the map, it is congested. Why?
Yeah, I took a look at some of my notes actually and confirmed 7 teams dropping south, 13 teams dropping on the north side of the map. It's just insane. The reason for that is, yes, the north side of the map actually has a little bit more in terms of loot and POI. There's 1 or 2 extra POIs there, but sometimes it's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. I mean, we had no teams drop Geyser, and on World's Edge compared to Stormpoint and others, there's enough POIs, enough loot to go around. 2 or 3 teams can drop Skyhook, for example, whereas on maps like Stormpoint, it's kind of hard. You can't traverse your way all the way to certain POIs based on how the dropship lands. World's Edge offers consistency and allows the teams to go where they want to go, and as a result of that, this group A versus B matchup, well, you have teams that just like to drop a little bit more north, and that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
That's how the cookie crumbles. And boy, is it a delicious cookie for sure. Glitter, at this point, when we're looking at 1 through 3, any big highlights for you? Because obviously it's going to be hard to find some because there's so many. But I'm just curious, if you had to give me one of those headlines, what would it be?
Honestly, and this has nothing to do with any of the wins that we just saw, but the Kraber shots that we have seen today, specifically from Taskmaster and Shiv. Are you kidding me? Okay, we started off the day with a bang, and it's just been continuing. I mean, Shiv just existing in the middle of no man's land by himself, but just dishing damage left and right. I mean, that's a highlight for me.
I love that. And as we take a look at our leaderboards and where we are right now, Fallout, I love what Glitter just said. I mean, the reality is that if you are trying to Valk ult in front of Taskmaster, just don't do it, okay? Him and the Kraber are not to be trifled with.
Yeah, that is right. And I love how she said we started with a bang as she was talking about Shiv. Indeed, we did start with a bang, Laura. Shiv's been performing. It's been fun to watch. But in the overall standing, Solo Q Goats, maybe not so much. Currently in 13th place with 13 points. That's also very unlucky. 789 right below them. Rebel, though, the consistent back-to-back wins in game 1 and 2. Couldn't do it in game 3. Found themselves in a really bad spot against the Rats. They currently still hold on to first place. But look at Dead Inside. Pop-off game number 3. Leapfrogged 12 places to get in second place. And we keep saying it, but teams like Rebel, Dead Inside, OP, Na'Vi, all these teams actually in our top 4 need to perform because none of them are currently top 20, which means none of them are qualifying. So that is a huge performance outside of Rebel, who is coming in 17th place. I mean, it's really, really a great day for them so far.
Actually, Vala, I want to build on that for a second. I want you to put your former pro hat on for me for a second. Talk to me a little bit about sort of the psychology that comes into something like today, where we are literally, there are some teams genuinely facing relegation in those qualifiers, some that could make it through to our pro league split 2, and some who are going for those playoffs. What does the psychology sort of feel like in terms of those pop-off moments? There's a dare to be great scenario. As a former pro, how does that factor into your gameplay as you come down to the wire?
Oh, I love that. Dare to be great scenario. And it's spot on. That's so well said. That's exactly what it is. I mean, players have a 6th or 7th gear that they sometimes kick it to when you know you have to. Your backs are against the wall. You need to perform. You're playing like your life literally depends on it. I mean, these players have invested everything into this game. And when you're in that scenario, you play just next level, right? Whereas a team like Gambit came in, yes, they've been playing well, but they're in first place overall. They're not necessarily as desperate as some of these teams. And it's been great to see these teams when they need to perform the most, absolutely performing. And that's the mentality. You come in, you play like there's nothing to lose.
Well, the performance is certainly keeping us on our toes. And if you want to continue to catch up with all of the action and the drama that's unfolding here in the ALGS Pro League, well, we've got some places for you to check out at Play Apex on the Twitters, YouTube, Play Apex Esports, and of course, twitch.tv/Play Apex. It's everywhere you want to be, and that is all that I can say for me for right now. Everybody, we will be back with our next game just around the corner right after this.
PGL is the official broadcast partner of the Apex Legends Global Series NA and EMEA Pro League.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. The EMEA region is certainly throwing up no surprises today, as it seems like consistency is the key for a lot of these teams. Dan, we've seen 3 games already. We've crossed that halfway point as we enter the second half of the broadcast. And I've got to say, there's been a few teams that have been consistent, impressive, and putting up a huge amount of KP.
Yeah, certainly to begin the day, Rebel getting 2 back-to-back wins, but then in that game just dropping off ever so slightly, and that is what is always the concern and the worry. Can they keep that consistency throughout? But Dead Inside were able to find that victory after a few okay games to begin with, now start to project themselves higher up the leaderboards, only 9 points behind Rebel now. So with that drop-off, with Rebel having that one bad game, it does allow the rest of the lobby to somewhat catch them up. It's still the same kind of story, though, for the bottom of the leaderboard. Dungeon Masters still struggling, same as Top Dogs and All Planned. But someone I have been really impressed with is ANC Outplayed. Now, they were someone who were down at that bottom 10 coming into today, and they really needed to find some sort of movement. They needed to find some sort of success, and it seems like that consistency is starting to shine through.
Gambit also a team to highlight in that last game, picking up a decent amount of KP, finding some really good angles on those fights that they were engaging in, managed to isolate some teams just on the edge of zone. Unfortunately for them, not quite managing to put together the placing to go alongside those kills they did manage to pick up. So we'll have to see if they can improve upon that placing alongside the slaying prowess that they brought into that game number 3. But as you can see, we're in the dropship already. Game number 4 is just around the corner. And game number 4 and all of the rest of the games are going to start to slip away very, very quickly for these teams who want to put up those big amount of points.
The good thing is we've had a lot of kind of versatile, a lot of different circles, a lot of different finishes in comparison to what we've had in previous weeks in Pro League, where we've just had constant southern zone. Instead, we've seen everyone have to traverse World's Edge a little bit more, and I love that because it does provide a little bit more of a difference maker when it comes to seeing how these teams actually push across the map, where they're going to be rotating, how they take fights, not just in their drop locations, but also when they're rotating as well. As we are going to follow Dead Inside, making their drop down towards Dome. They got the victory in the previous, and they'll be looking to try and go back-to-back and replicate what Rebel did.
Yeah, good shout for Dead Inside as well. And not an easy zone for them to play, the last one, having to rotate up to the northern side of World's Edge, but we're going to watch them on their loot path, as you quite rightly say. They're going to have to go back to the north again, because we're heading back to almost a very similar zone to what we saw just a few moments ago. This time a little bit more southern than what we maybe saw. So Survey Camp, maybe that train station just to the south of Survey Camp are going to be where teams are looking to set up. Fragment West is certainly going to be busy as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how those teams do try and stack up, because not a huge amount of playable area in this zone, Dan. It is one of those where you see the teams stack up, maybe in Fragment, maybe around Survey Camp where those playable areas are, those buildings, but when we get towards that end game, it usually pulls out towards a little bit more open ground. So the pace of the games has been fast and furious in the last couple, and I would expect to see something quite similar here.
And those teams who are kind of in the mid to short distance to try and get to the circle will probably look to maybe take the northern side. It's something that Zeta did quite often in previous Apex Legends competitions, is they would take the northern side of a circle like this, try and make it so that their back was to absolutely no one, and they only had to worry about what was in front of them. And I think if you can play it that way, if you can find success on the edge of the circle in such way, you just have less to think about and less to worry about. So I'd expect someone, most likely Valkyrie teams, to at least go for that, try and take the northern side, try and hold that train track for quite some time, and then push in depending on where the circle moves afterwards.
Shield cells being picked up. This is just a slow start to the lobby. Nobody really contesting that we've seen so far in our first 3 games. Now, it's something that isn't going to change, that everyone is safe on their POI and where they want to be moving. But the leaderboard's very interesting at the moment. Like you mentioned, Rebel with those back-to-back wins still at the top. But then inside, I think they jumped up 12 places overall it was with that win. So you can see how much one win can impact the lobby at the moment, with a lot of points being shared out. But speaking of how it's a little bit quiet at the start of this game, now the pace has started to pick up once more. Redragon involved with a fight here with GMT inside of this truck. GMT making that quick rotation to try and hold this down, which might give us a good indication of where they think this zone is going to be ending. And now it's going to be PKMK, last player alive, eliminated. GMT come out on top.
Yeah, GMT will be just wiping their sweat from their brow, as that's been a few early engagements they've had to take here in the opening few games. And it might look like their luck is still a little bit difficult, because there is going to be another team trying third party.
Tested here for sure. I mean, look at this. They managed to win the fight. They rotate as early as possible because they realize how valuable this is. And now Serdell is left on his own. He'll be joining his teammates, but not in the way that he wanted to. That is a clean push coming in That's going to take them out of the game. They probably feeling pretty good. The adrenaline was flowing. They go, hey, 3 KP on the board to start this off. Well, it's back to the lobby for GMT.
Yeah, I talk about outplayed, and I talk about how I'm impressed with what they've been able to do. The consistency they've been able to find. 2nd place, then 8th place, then 5th place. So if they can carry on with, you know, consistently getting into the top 10, pushing in towards the top 5, they will be there or thereabouts when we get to Game 6, and the question of who can actually take this week, who can get those 12 points on the board, and that will really help trying to propel them through the leaderboards, because as I mentioned earlier, they're in that kind of bottom 20 area. They need to push themselves into the top 20 to give themselves an opportunity of getting into playoffs.
I always find the trucks, even though they can be in very, very good positions, so difficult to hold down. You have so many lines of sight that can be taken. Those grenades can just be rolled in the windows. And it is very, very difficult to try and command for an extended period of time. I think that's what we saw there, even though we saw that might have been the priority position for GMT to play, especially with the third parties in the area. It does become a little bit of a death trap, so to speak. But NC Outplayed has decided that truck is not where they want to be located for too long. Now they move towards this beacon building. As we also see Zeta in this 3-story building in Fragment West. This is one of the ones that you'll see a lot of teams residing in, especially those rotating down from the south of World's Edge.
Yeah, just because you can get so much vision of what's happening in front of you. Again, you can give yourself the protection from certain areas as well. When you're going to see other teams rotating from the south, they will find it difficult to take you off of that building. They'll have to either push down and inside through it, which naturally will put them into a chokehold, or they have to try and Valk on top of you, or try and, I don't know, Horizon on top of you if you were going to be using Horizon, but don't really see that very often anymore. Various ways you could try and get to the high ground, but certainly it is one of the power positions in this area. But what happens quite often is the circle goes away from Fragment, and then it's about you having to actually push from low ground up to high ground, because you have to traverse up that hill, and you can just be held out. Maybe have to resort to a Valkyrie. No.
It's going to be a tough rotation for them, but if you can win the battle of the building, so to speak, you can pick up a decent amount of KP, and you do have to make that move. So decisions to be made for those teams in Fragment, as they're Banu. The Sentinel in hand is doing a heck of a lot of damage to this team inside of the tunnel. This is the northern side of things you were talking about, Dan. Clear your backs here, then you're going to have a pretty good rotation in. Dungeon Masters are the team on the other side who are taking that damage. XN's having to retreat here on Valkyrie to pop a couple of shield cells, and they're Banu is going to be peeking once again with that Sentinel and letting them know that they're still here to fight.
Maybe just waiting to see if they can get a indication from Lerabanu. If he does manage to get a crack, it might be time to go. It might be time to try and push up on this one, but I'm sure they'll be aware of the potential third party if they get too aggressive.
He's managed to knock one here. Lumi will be the player to go down. Do they want to try and take advantage of this? Do they want to try and close that ground? Or do they feel it's a little bit too early to potentially throw away their lives if there is a third party in the area? I think this is just Lassie de France recognizing that the best thing for them to do here is just hold that position over KP for them at the moment. Rebel have managed to get into survey camp already. They've obviously redeployed using that skyward dive. And now they're going to have to hold off this push. And the Triple Take is doing a great job of doing exactly that. Big damage coming in from Noth.
Really impressive damage. Triple Take is such a scary weapon when it's in the right hands. And if Rebel can hold off this first team, then they put themselves in a great opportunity to pick up some KP and then play for the late game here in the building they've already taken control of. You can already see they've managed to get a couple of knocks, and then elsewhere, Rebel also fighting, well, they've taken the kills against Na'Vi, so Stray Feet, Nesh, they were also falling, so I think that's a complete wipe now for Na'Vi. They tried to try and push up on Rebel, but it didn't really work out. I think it's Kuya, the last remaining player, not quite a full wipe.
Let's jump into a listening with Rebel, actually, because you can see the Rats are looking to third party. They're going to have to be extremely aware of that push, so let's see what they have to say.
Jag kollar bak mot bron, vi måste akta så inte någon gör samma sak på oss.
Jag är cracked, akta inte de pikar dig alltså.
Jag tog upp en blå bara. Pikar någon över så kommer jag dirrdoma dig. Jag kollar rygg lite mot bron.
Gör det.
Kommer upp till er igen.
Jag vill ta över den där. Gå fram och cleara den sidan där.
Han var close-stenen,
Ja, men vi ska ta bort han sen.
Lägger en lilla shotgunbolt här inne.
Jag tar den.
Så de fick gräs här eller vad? Alltså,
ja, det är Na'Vi.
Det var Kuya som ledde.
Ja, vi kör fram på stenen nu. Kom igen nu, allihopa.
Jag kommer ryggen till det sen. Han har sprungit tror jag.
Han har kutat iväg, ja.
Och så håller vi ryggen nu.
Japp.
Han kan ju stå på den här stenen, va?
Jag kan stå på den sidan nu.
De dronar upp ovanför.
Jag tycker jag såg någon bakom där.
Kan vara att de ska göra samma sak. Var med på det.
Är det en Q mot det?
It looked like Rats weren't too much of a threat to Rebel. You can hear the comms were clear and concise. I've got to be honest, I don't speak Scandinavian, so I can't quite translate for everyone, but I'm sure some of our Scandinavian fans who were listening would have enjoyed that listen in. But for Rebel now, it's just about being kings of the castle here. You mentioned about this northern hold, and it's something they're looking to employ now.
I think one member of Rats was taken down, and the other two, the other two were trying to get within the vicinity to maybe pick up the banner, but now that banner has timed out, so Rats just overlooking everything. But yeah, I do prefer the kind of northern side of this circle just because you've got less to think about coming from behind you. But with how the circle's actually moved in, there's always going to be that what if someone has just escaped behind through the train tracks. You've always got to keep your head on a swivel and be careful, otherwise you might get caught off guard here. Rats have managed to find themselves a little building to work with though, so it's not all doom and gloom just for them yet.
Not yet. However, if they do get discovered as a duo, don't be surprised to see a team try and take advantage of that and convert it into kill points. Always one of those situations when you find yourself as a duo, a little bit of damage gets taken, and before you know it, you're getting swarmed by 3 players who just want to take advantage of the situation that's in front of them. But Rats for now are solid. Rats for now are safe. The 30-30 in the hands here. Tolkien is going to be able to do a little bit of poke damage, but looking across the Evo shields here, a couple of purples, so at least they're not blues or greys, which is going to give even more of a little bit of bait for teams if they do get their damage down.
Well, if teams have keeping a keen eye on that kill feed, they may know if they realise that they're going up against Rats that it's just going to be the 2 players. Certainly the crypto drone also scouting in would give information. So I think when you are a 2, you've always got to try and appear like you're a 3. Sometimes that's just by applying a little bit of pressure, showing presence in certain areas, just not to give another team any indication of weakness of your side. Gambit made the early rotation. Dead Inside are now going to follow suit and actually go ahead of Gambit. And I think we're going to see quite a lot of this at this stage of the game, where teams Valkyrieing into locations, trying to take a little bit of high ground, but look at this, having to second guess themselves, not able to take their priority position, and it's about just going for what's second best.
Harvey managed to get back up to a full complement though, even though those respawns have left them a little bit depleted. Maybe they'll be able to scavenge across World's Edge here and pick up some loot that was dropped a little bit earlier on in the game. That just looks like what they're trying to do for now. But then inside, one thing I want to point out how important it is on that Valkyrie skyward dive. Not only to have a plan A, but a plan B as well. And that was great adaptation from them to see that that priority position, like you mentioned, was taken. But knowing the other playable areas in the vicinity that they can take, should they not be able to take their first.
I think if Dead Inside had realised it was Na'Vi, who probably was just full of white armours and maybe some pretty dismal weapons, they might have still landed up there to take that fight. As Max Strafey is going to be trying to join the rest of the team, but is finding himself a little bit on the struggle bus, but eventually got back up there.
This is going to be a little bit of a poverty setup here for Na'Vi. You can see that Kuya and Nesh do not have too much to work with. A couple of Altwick cells are going to be used by Strafey here, or maybe used to think about a redeploy. Because as you can see, that zone has pulled to where we thought it might do. Back to a very similar zone that we saw in the previous game. And they will have to make that move. Speaking of making moves, it's going to be a vertical one here from Rebel 2 as they take to the skies, and the skyward dive. They just graze that redeploy balloon on their way back down to try and find some playable area. This is a little bit of a risky moment for them, a little bit of a nervy moment as they're trying to scope out where teams are, what playable areas are free. And it looks like it might have been a little bit more of a reconnaissance mission than it was actually trying to make a rotation.
Yeah, I think they had a look at what was available in the circle, realised there wasn't much, instead are now playing this a little bit more aggressive, wanting to take a fight, realising they could gate a couple of teams here and pick up some more KP. Big crack coming through some of the grenades, and it's Gambit on the other side of this. This is a fight that you will not want to miss. I hope it is just a straight 3v3. I love when you get 2 teams who have got incredible individual ability, incredible team talent, going toe-to-toe in a straight 3v3.
Gambit had the time to reset, which shows this is kind of an isolated fight on this side of the zone between the 2 teams. If they weren't able to get those heals off and find themselves as healthy as they are, it would have shown that there was more of a presence for teams on this northern side of things. So Gambit for now using that information and going to be able to walk in and know that they're not going to be under too much pressure. Rebel are going to be continuing to try and apply that pressure, however, as they will try and move up to get a few more lines of sight onto Gambit, who are making that slide down the hill to try and get ahead of them. But Rebel got some interesting choices to make here, Dan, because As we noticed, they have used the Skyward Dive already. They know where the other teams are going to be located inside of the zone, but they're going to have to traverse, as you can see, across a really open ground, which is going to leave them open to fire.
So just looking at all the playable positions and what actual buildings that give you safety are in, there's maybe, what, 3 little trucks and buildings that you can play in this circle right now. Everything else is going to be hiding behind rocks. Major pushers are in one of those buildings that you can play, and they are going to be able to watch everyone else trying to traverse across the map, and some really good shots coming out from the R301 from Ranches.
Ranches is just slicing down the competition at the moment like a New York deli. And up some meat and some cheese to put in the sandwich, but more damage being done, but not being able to convert them into knocks or kills at the moment. So somehow Maestro have actually managed to survive this, which is, to be honest with you, somewhat surprising with the damage that Ranchers were doing with that 301.
I was all with you, and still you said sandwich. I was thinking if you went with bagel, that would have been more New York, I think. But I don't. Maybe we don't really know. I mean, we are just outsiders looking in at times, and New York is a very different place. Rebel are actually still carrying on this path of aggression here on set. They're getting into the circle now and may find some KP, but they've got to be careful because there's plenty of teams around, and a Gibby bombardment is going to be hitting them hard here.
Yeah, Pierre's trying to survive, and he is going to get the kills here onto Dead Inside, and also look at the damage he's doing. He's managed to pick up not only 2 knocks here, but maybe even a 3rd with 1 thermite. Big damage being done by the grenades going in. A perfect placement, picture-perfect placement, almost a bullseye. Coming in from Pierre. Can they finish off Dead Inside? Will they be able to get that res off? You can see that Pierre is very aware of the situation, just trying to keep that pressure on. A little bit separated from his teammates for now, but 4 kills to Pierre's name. That is a big stat line coming in for the Rebel man.
Only seen 5 squads eliminated so far, so still plenty of teams just lurking around, maybe just creeping round a corner, waiting to pounce, and also plenty of teams still in the sky, Valkyrieing to their next location. So everyone fighting for that little bit of space that is available, as the next circle is viewable now for those teams, even without the beacon. They'll be planning their next transition. But for Gambit, they've spotted out this team that were still waiting behind them, just applying that little bit of pressure, and Rebel are on the other side of that. So the initial fight that we saw between Rebel and Gambit, it kind of stopped. Now both of them are working in tandem to try and take out this team just a little bit lower.
Yeah, Dead Inside are inside for now, but potentially dead in just a few seconds' time when that circle does close. If they manage to get through this one, it would be somewhat of a miracle. There's a bubble just to elongate what seems like the suffering for them at the moment, but with 15 seconds left, the longer they do survive, the less attention they will be paid, because Rebel are going to have to think about their next move here, Dan.
They're just very aware that if they move too early, they're going to be very vulnerable to not just shots coming from Dead Inside who are watching over, but potentially Gambit, that they can expose themselves. And there we go, there's the Skyward Dive being put into play, and they can try and transition across the map that way. Another chance that they could be shot out of the sky and they could be in a vulnerable position, but we'll see how they land.
We're just trying to find anywhere to play at the moment. Just pings lighting up left, right, and center, and they've kind of landed in the middle of nowhere here, and they don't have a lot of cover to play with. So the importance of Pierre getting those barrels down is going to be unmatched. Because if they can get that artificial cover down and play around this rock, then maybe they have an opportunity to do something. The bubble has been burnt as well. There's a portal out from another team to try and take some angles on them. But Rebel, for now, are safe. But as I say that, there's an unwelcome knock at the door. And now they're going to be forced to fight. Noth will get one, and Taylor will go down. Noth now left on his own and will win the fight here for Rebel. But for how long can they survive?
Does get a little bit of a swap, but Na'Vi are lurking in the waters, ready to strike. They can smell blood here, and Rebel, I think, are probably going to fall because of that. 9 squads remaining. We've seen everyone just get wiped off the face of World's Edge. It's been 6 teams dropping like flies, and now we're down to just 8. And Solo Q Goats, all the meanwhile, I talk about the train tracks, I talk about playing the Northern Zone. They've been waiting in the wings, just secretly and quietly going about their business, and now they're in a pretty comfortable spot. It's just about getting into this next circle.
A couple of cells going to have to be popped here by Shiv. He's going to block that cross with the smoke as well. And now they can focus in front of them for a few seconds, as nobody's going to be wanting to push through that smoke without knowing the risks that it does involve, as if they're going to be taking the high ground for them. So just commanding the kind of top of this slope down, overlooking a lot of the teams who maybe are just still straggling around Survey Camp. But you're going to get some meds, which is going to be vital here for Na'Vi, having won that fight against Rebel and some of the teams in the surrounding area. But 8 squads remaining here. We are going to see a little bit of a lull in the action before that zone in 20 seconds forces everyone back into action. Nesh is going to be forced to use the bubble, and one of those armor swaps dropped to the floor.
So important they had those armor swaps. There's a skyward dive from Lassite de France. It's pretty much just a panic one, I think. They want to try and take the priority position, try and get some high ground, but I think they are going to be landing in a lot of trouble. No matter where they end up here, everyone has got their sights set on Lassite de France. You just need to drop, get that bubble down, and try and do something, but 2 members have already fallen. And Lassite de France, the idea was there, but unfortunately the execution was not.
Solo Q guys are going to finish off the fight as well. 8 squads now remaining, and the only thing I can compare that Lassite de France skyward dive to is driving around a car park that's full when it's busy and you just can't find a space. Lassite de France will finally fall. The ring doing the damage here. Na'Vi will pick up one of those kills, or be credited with one of those kills as well. So some KP for them. Solo Q Goats now to move down, this time with Shiv and 2 teammates. And Gambit in a little bit of a sticky situation here as well. 7 squads remaining. Hardeki trying to use that knockdown shield to survive. Manages to get some good flesh damage. Oh my, Hardeki. You can never count Gambit out when this man is breathing.
Has managed to get a shield swap as well. Na'Vi were wiped out in 7th position, and maybe, potentially with the gold backpack here, Gambit could try and do something else, but no, as we say, that Hardeki was getting pushed, and it's going to be a question, can he survive? No, he cannot. 5 squads remaining, all planned from a distance. We're doing a lot of damage with the 30-30, and now it's just 4, with Shex also falling. OP get eliminated.
Dungeon Masters, who have been or to say the least in the first 3 games of today, have finally woken up in the second half. Into the top 4. 2 kills to Plushka as well. Grenade's going to be going down, trying to force that team out from behind those barrels. Ooh. Big damage. And now it is time to go. Jumping through the gas, jumping into KP. It's simple as that. If you can land those big nades on teams that don't have the amount of cover to play, that's almost guaranteed. Easy points for them. TD on the receiving end.
3 remaining, all planned in a decent position, and Dungeon Masters, as you saw, were also in a chance to win this one. You're right, in last place coming into this. They were on only 2 points. They need to be pushing up. They need to try and prioritize getting a victory here, and they definitely have an opportunity to do so.
Offensive bombardment going down, but it's not going to be a problem here for all planned as they play inside of that bubble. The Valkyrie is just teasing them at the moment, just hovering over the top of it where they can't connect with those Peacekeeper shots. They're going to have to retreat. The other side of things, Dungeon Masters looking for the opportunity to push. Plushka with a little bit of peak damage here, as Top Dogs will finally be finished off. High ground controlled here by Exins. Look at those shots from the R99 starting to light things up, but Plushka has to be careful here, Danny. Has to back up and look for that armor swap, but now the push comes in from Dungeon Masters. They get a knock. It's a 2v2 on the map now, and they will close things out. Dungeon Masters answer back in game number 4. After a slow start, they can call themselves the champions.
17th place, 16th place, 17th place, then 1st place. How about that for consistency? They had it in the first half, but now if they can find it here in the second half and start to string some wins together, then they're still not out of the realms of possibility of being able to get back into this thing and pushing themselves up a little bit further in this leaderboard. Even though they are within that top 10 when we look at the overall leaderboards from every single week, they certainly won't want to drop off too much, because you want to keep up with the rest of the lobby. You still want to demonstrate to the entire community that you are not going to be a pushover, that you can win your engagements, and a 12-point game with 12 kills, 24 in total, that is a really, really huge game from the Dungeon Masters.
Yeah, they'll be jumping up. There'll be a little green arrow next to their name when they see the overall standings, as they will fly up the leaderboards and climb that ladder towards a much more comfortable position for them. All planned. Very good game from them as well. Top Dogs. And this is kind of looking at the results here from our match number 4. A little bit of a flipping things, Dan. You're looking at the other end of things. You got the likes of Kungana, had some good games. You've had GMT, have had some good games. You had major pushers who have had some decent games. This one's looks a little bit different at the top. This is the teams that have been struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Finally starting to find their form.
I mean, literally the bottom 3 teams coming into this game. Dungeon Masters were in 19th, All Plan were in 18th, and Top Dog were in 17th. And now they flipped their around and suddenly become 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. That does just show the quality of this lobby, though. That even the teams who were struggling in the first 3, they can do the job when it's asked of them. They can manage to get into those last circles and really show what they're made of. And you said, they're going to jump up the leaderboard. I think DM are going to push themselves up 12 to 14 places here. That's how big a jump they could make with a game like that, and that's how closely contested all these teams are. But certainly they'll be delighted with that one. I was really impressed with Dungeon Masters in the opening week, and I was thinking, hey, they could be the real deal here. Even though they have dropped off ever so slightly, when we have games like that, they do demonstrate they've got what it takes here.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage from all three players. Everyone was frying on the team, and it was a full English breakfast being served alongside that championship banner to close things out there. And as you say, it was strange to see Dungeon Masters kind of fall off in the way they have in recent weeks, but this is the best time to find the form. You know, you've got almost, you know, back to back, excuse me, days of Pro League action coming up. If you can find form now ahead of playoffs, that's where you want to be. You want to be peaking at the right time, Dan.
Yeah, not only are you going to be feeling confident in yourself, but also striking fear into your enemy's eyes. How many positions? They went up 12 positions,
not bad.
did the Dungeon Masters, into 7th, and they are within touching distance of that top 3. But it's still Rebel have a 13-point lead now. Outplayed, jump up to 2nd, just above Dead Inside after Dead Inside really struggled to get out of the sandwich, which was Gambit that were very much watching them. And now I'm expecting, you know, Rebel to really try and take a grip of this lobby. If they can have a solid game 5 here, they can put themselves out of reach in game number 6. Take that stress off themselves, take that pressure off, and really start to demonstrate why they are one of the top teams in this competition.
Something to notice as well, outside of Rebel, who do have a little bit of a gap at the top in first place. Look how tight the leaderboard is overall. One big game for anyone at the moment could completely change the complexion of how our final leaderboards might look after the next 2 games that we have coming up. It is extremely tight. I mean, 36 points just on 31. It's just a couple of points separating every single placement at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that if you look at that leaderboard as a player, you've got to recognize that any mistake, suddenly you could slip down 5 places, and that could be the difference between you getting into playoffs or not getting into playoffs. Ultimately, when you look at those top 20 positions and how close, if you're teetering on the edge, if you're kind of 25th at the moment, you need to be making sure that you make every single point count here. But a great lobby. I enjoyed watching A and B way back when in round 2, and I think they're putting on a good show here today.
Well, Dungeon Masters held the key to game number 4. We've got 2 more games to bring you after this break. We'll be back with more Pro League action.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Fallout here alongside Glitter Explosion as we soar in the dropship and soar right in to game number 5 of EMEA. This is it. Last 2 games and last opportunity here in these 2 games to perform and solidify a top 12 spot.
Yeah, and honestly, today has been all over the place in the best way. We're seeing some of those teams that really needed to step up and get some points do exactly that. We're seeing a lot of consistency out of some other squads. I mean, right now I know we have those standings for the day so far, but it really is anybody's game when you look at just how close those points are. Obviously, Rebels in a very solid spot at 49 points, but 3rd and 4th are tied. 5th and 6th are tied. 7th is 1 point behind that. I mean, this is still anybody's game.
Absolutely. I mean, literally all the way down to 16th. Like, any of those teams can have a 25-point game and could be in the top 4, top 5, top 7. It's just an insane, even distribution of points here going into game number 5, which is crazy. And for those that are just tuning in, is your Africa broadcast here, or EMEA region. This is match day number 5 of the 6 overall match day Pro League, where teams have been playing week in and week out in Apex Legends Pro League to try and qualify for the playoffs, the opportunity to take home a significant prize pool. We have millions of dollars at stake here in the ALGS Season 2 format, and this Pro League format's been just so much fun to watch, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I've been having an absolute blast. It's a little bit of the unknown, you know? Like, we saw Dungeon Masters have a fantastic game. We've seen Dead Inside have a fantastic game. I love the fact that we didn't get a Rebel win in that last match, but they still had 8 kills. They're still bringing the aggression every single time, and it's impressive.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we talked earlier about the two play styles in competitive Apex, right? There's survivalists, people that try to rotate early, make it to late game and just survive and play for placement. There's fighters, people that like to play aggressive and in your face and high kills. And then there's kind of both. And Rebel kind of fits in a little bit of the both category. They like to fight, but they also have done such a good job early rotating. It's so impressive. I mean, they're dropping on the south side of the map. We've had almost entirely northern zones, and Rebel is still always one of the first to rotate. So quick rotations. This change to Valkyrie on this team has been so impressive. No longer have Bloodhound, which means you have to just walk your way to the other side of the map. You can easily Valk rotate and skyward dive your way to a fast rotation. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I know, and we've talked about it a bunch of times with Rebel. Obviously, they swapped out their team comp, but they also swapped their IGL. They did switch off of Taylor onto Nuth, and I think that's part of, you know, the really, really solid change that we've seen working in their favor as well.
Ooh, that's good intel. I actually didn't even realize that. Taylor's been the IGL for this team for so long, and I thought that was still the same. So interesting. Nath is now calling shots. A lot of people always assume Pierre is the IGL because he's the most outspoken one, but no, it's been Taylor for a while. Sounds like now it's Nath, and right above them is 789. Look at this. 789 actually no longer dropping Fragment East. They were not having fun in that 50-50 fight, which is the wise decision. So they found Big Mod for free. The Geyser, no one dropping there as well. So there's a couple of open PIs, but for the first time, we do have a southern zone, southwest zone. It'll be a thermal station likely finish here. So that means our teams that drop on the northern side, which are quite a few teams, are going to have quite a way to rotate.
Yeah, and then of course which you have now pointed out with some nice solid numbers for us, the teams that are fewer and on the southern side are actually in a very comfortable position right now, making their way on over to Thermal specifically, still keeping our eyes on Rebel, and you know, they should be able to get themselves in a really, really solid spot.
Yeah, I want to point out, notice how Rebel's playing this compared to other games. Other games we've seen them loot Lava City really fast and then quick rotate. Because this is a southern zone, they're taking their time looting, which means they're going to have a lot more equipment, a lot more gear, resources to make themselves successful. And the reason they're doing that, well, they don't have as far of a way to run. They could play dead side and basically just follow the trail of teams like Dead Inside, who drop Launch Site, or other squads that drop Tree, and it's a much smoother rotation for them. So I love the difference in how Rebel's playing this based on the zone and based on what they've seen.
Yeah, and then also, you know, taking into consideration the fact that they've set themselves up very, very well for the day. They don't have to go too crazy in the last 2 games if they don't feel comfortable doing so. They have a decent lead, but not so much that they still can't perform, right? We were just talking about that. There's so many teams that are right on their tails that where one solid pop-up performance could really shake up those standings for the day. So I'm just excited to see what these teams are bringing to the table here in our second to last game of the day for the EMEA region. It's honestly flown by.
It is. Yeah, time flies if you're having fun, you know. And I gotta say,
Always a pleasure casting with you, Glitter. It's always a lot of fun casting.
Of course, you as well, John.
So far, yeah, it's been a blast so far. I hope everyone in the stream is enjoying it as well. We just saw GMT kind of across map. I want to stand corrected. They've been dropping Harvester all season. They're dropping Landslide today, so I'm actually not sure personally if that is a switch or if that is a matchup thing. And that's what's so cool about this Pro League. We have 4 groups that each play each other twice in this double round-robin format. Depending on what group you're playing against, that might be a team that also drops Harvester. So GMT, I think, may have made a shift to Landslide based on the fact that Major Pushers drops Harvester, but I'm not sure if that is confirmed or not. Nonetheless, awesome to see the diversity depending on matchups here.
Yeah, and speaking of Major Pushers, I think we might be seeing a little bit of an engagement here between All Planned and Major Pushers. Crypto Drone coming out trying to scout for some of that information, but we did see Major Pushers had taken a decent amount of damage. They were able to reset a little bit, but they know exactly where All Planned is, and they have their eyes in their direction trying to figure out how they want to play this thing out.
Yeah, this is a quick rotate from these two teams. That didn't have to go too far because Major Pushers drops Harvester. All Planned drops Tree, so this is a fight for the east side of Thermal Station and solid positioning. We'll keep a close eye on that as there's a couple teams obviously that have rotated quick nearby as well. Not sure which teams those are in the distance, but a little bit of Valkyrie Q poke going to come through, and we'll see if All Planned can decide if they will decide to take this fight, because that might be a pretty clean 3v3 if they take it.
Yeah, some of those chokes always get a little bit scary as squads are going to have to go through a decent amount of them making their way down to Thermal. So whoever ends up getting caught in there, it could spell disaster for them. Right now checking in with Kungarna, a squad that we had mentioned at the beginning of the day, really needing a solid performance here based off of those overall standings. And they've had a couple moments here and there, but maybe not 100% where we wanted them to be.
Meanwhile, Major Pushers going for the kidnap on Wraith right there, but gets denied. Someone standing on the door. Someone saw that coming, jumped right off, avoided it. That would have been quite a way to kick things off, but no kidnap's going to come through. For those, again, that are maybe new to Apex or new to watch competitive Apex, what a kidnap is with Wraith using her portal or her ultimate. You can actually drop it on top of someone, cause them to instant portal back to where the portal started, and you basically kidnap them for a free kill. Always a fun play, a clutch play to make, but tough to do, tough to pull off.
Yeah, we love when we see a successful kidnap, because it's always on that unsuspecting victim that just did not see it coming. And when it does happen, like you're saying, it is a rare occurrence because it's very hard to do, but when it does, it always leads to some amazing plays. Now, back on board with Rebel. Rebel has pushed a little bit farther in than when we last checked in with them. They're trying to scout and see which squads might be in their path. As they make that rotate, it looks like Lecite de France might have their eyes on an enemy player right now.
Yeah, Lecite de France coming from Skyhook. They're on that very central choke point from Fragment down to Harvester right now, and they find a team just across the way, across the canyon right there. And this could be a pretty clean fight. A lot of teams have already rotated, so these teams are playing edge. They're playing outside the zone right now, and that means you could find yourself a couple clean fights, a couple clean 3v3s. LCDF deciding not to take it. The Frenchman backing out and resetting.
You know, we've watched them do this a couple times today. They've been very intelligent and conservative with the fights that they choose to take, especially early game. They've been dealing some decent poke damage anytime we check in with them and they're in any sort of like a train track situation, in any sort of a tunnel. They just make sure that they're keeping people away from their position, but not pushing anything too aggressively too early.
Wise decision. They were fighting against Redragon, who drops up in survey camp, so a lot of our northern teams late to rotate. Kungarna, though, find himself in a crazy fight right now, and a nice little Skynade's going to connect for JMW, but he's obviously hurt, so he's going to have to back out and reset, and they're going to do exactly that. Clean 3v3 with teams poking to the left. Graceful's going to be so damaged right now, needs to heal back up, and a third party's going to come. Zeta Division gets flanked by OP, and OP has the upper hand right now.
Oh, Zeta is in a lot of trouble right now. OP knew exactly where they were going, able to kind of create a pinch situation. I think Taskmaster might have made it out towards the low ground and tried to just survive for the squad right now. Kungarna taking a lot of damage as well. The EMP coming out. I mean, there's Arc Stars, there's Chaos. Will Kungarna be able to escape from this entire fight? I don't know. OP knows exactly where they are.
Yeah, OP is currently your second place team. Outplayed 3 Italians on this squad. Streamy, Andy Jax, and Shex, all hailing from Italy. Some of the best Italian players we have in competitive Apex, alongside Reply Totem Esports. Has Sharp on that team, I believe, also from Italy. They find themselves in second place in the overall standings right now, right behind Rebel. So a pop-off game from them, and Rebel getting taken out early could get them a first place spot, which is huge because they were not in the top 20 coming into today. And keep in mind, top 20 will qualify you for the playoffs. That is what you're trying to do in this 40-team Pro League. In bottom 8, well, that'll relegate, or bottom 6, I think, actually will relegate you. You'll have to re-qualify for Split 2.
And that would be less than ideal. None of these squads want to have to be relegated and deal with any of that. It's nice to just have your spot secured here, so we're going to see everybody battling it out. I believe we saw G-Dolphin off in the distance as well, behind the last solo remaining player from Kungarna, who's now pinched between these two squads, depending on if they were able to kind of make a sneaky little escape here or not. It looks like OP wants to push up and see if they can continue dealing some damage here and hopefully get some more KP on the board. Now on board with Na'Vi, a team that managed to hold a pretty solid high ground position last time. It was you and me up here, so let's see if Na'Vi is able to repeat some positional or aggressive level performance that we saw from the last time you and I were casting.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Na'Vi was fairly blessed with how the zones pulled in that game, and they obviously... Yeah, they obviously positioned themselves well, though, in Epicenter in that game. This time, obviously, a much different story as they have to traverse the entire World's Edge to get to zone, slowly working their way there, right outside of Harvester right now, and finding a few teams nearby. And I want to quickly clarify, it is, yeah, indeed the bottom 8 that will get relegated. And one of those teams, well, all planned. Rats also in this lobby. Both of the Dead Inside also in this lobby, currently within that bottom 8, so they really have to perform here.
Yeah, Rats has done a good job today of their aggression. They've managed to get a decent amount of KP, but they haven't really nailed down their placement points yet. So it'll be nice to see if they're able to kind of turn that around here in our second to last game. Checking back in with the zone, though, you guys can see exactly where it's pulling. Thermal is looking quite nice right now for those teams. So you can see just how many other squads are going to have to rotate in to where a lot of teams have already kind of found a nice solid spot in some of those buildings above Thermal. And as I say that, Na'Vi starts to make the Valk rotate to try to find themselves a safe place to hold.
This is always scary as Valkyrie because it can kind of be hit or miss. They're going to find themselves right below this position. Decent cover right now. But on that Valkyrie rotate, the kind of point I was making there is sometimes it's hit or miss. Sometimes you land in a team that's already pre-rotated, so it's a little bit scary. But in this case, a clean Valk rotate. Meanwhile, I do know that Rebel was just on the other side of the mountain. It was not in zone. Rebel alongside Rat's going to have to rotate as well. We'll keep a close eye on them as our first place team as we jump aboard with 789.
789, another squad that's struggled a little bit here today. You know, definitely looking to have a little bit of a comeback in these final games. Looks like they're comfortably holed up here, which is going to be good for them. And the Kraber. We've got more Kraber action. Will it be able to match up to the Kraber action that we've seen so far here today, though, Fallout?
Yeah, we've seen some insane shots. That is for sure. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, we saw OP get taken out by the hands of Clean, and now Unlucky, who got 3 kills earlier, is now taken out Taskmaster as well. Unlucky is popping off, but will finally get shut down by Zeta. That is huge. Our second place team eliminated from this one.
And it looks like Zeta was in a little bit of a rough spot, but they're able to get Taskmaster back up. They don't have their third teammate anymore, so they will be dealing with a 2-player situation, but at least they are still holding on, especially after all of that chaos that we saw previously. Now checking back in on the Kraber scopes of Sanya here. Trying to get a sneaky shot in, is not able to connect. But 789 is definitely going to be looking to be getting some points on the board for themselves here today.
Going for that. We've seen that shot hit a couple times. Unfortunately, Xania not going to have the same luck. Meanwhile, Fido, major pushers find themselves pushing a fight right now. Great shots from Fido, patient with the Mastiff. Connects, going to get the third as well. That's an entire team, all planned, wiped from this one, which again is significant because all planned right now is in the bottom 8, is facing relegation, and major pushers made it even more difficult for them.
You called that, Fallout. You said that if they get a clean 3v3 between major pushers and all planned, the major pushers were looking pretty solid there, and that's exactly what happens. Some more points for them as we see still trying to land some of these Kraber shots. There are lots of teams coming through these chokes right now, so they might have a couple opportunities for these fights. That also could mean that there's a potential for a third party.
Meanwhile, we wanted to check in with Rebel. Here they are. They made their way, probably courtesy of a Valkyrie ult, into Thermal Station and into one of the best kind of cylinder building, one of the best positions in Thermal Station as well. So kudos to Rebel on a great rotation. And if they can just kind of successfully clear this out, I'm not sure if there's a team above them, they will find themselves in a good position to get another strong game here in game number 5 and cement themselves that first place spot. Noth trying to decide what to do here as this IGL. They will likely decide to clear out this building. Here we go.
They really snuck their way in there.
Yeah.
Checking back in with Zeta now. The 2 players on Zeta, we've got Sunset and Taskmaster trying to figure out how they want to handle the rest of this game here. The Loba portal coming out. We see that she did have the black market up there in the back, so they are going to be able to at least have some decent amount of loot, but I think they are the team that is now in the crosshairs of 7, 8, 9, and with a 2v3 situation, this might not be ideal.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, Solo Q Goat still alive, doing well. Currently on train tracks, and it's Zeta right behind them with the Kraber in the hands of Taskmaster. Can he connect for a potential ice-breaking shot? No, not yet. Hasn't taken it, staying patient.
There we go! Connects with the Kraber. Beautiful shot out of Taskmaster. Somebody we've seen with the Kraber a couple times here today and doing so well every time. Manages to get it in his hands. Some shots coming out from behind. They do try to turn and focus on them and decide to back off. That was 7, 8, 9 trying to poke them in the back. This is where things are going to start to pop off.
Yeah, 7 and 9 is really just trying to level 3 Bush Shield right now. They need that for late game. So expect them to continue to try to poke. Maybe not go all in though, because if they do, they're going to get third parties undoubtedly. Meanwhile, Solo Q Goats still playing edge like they love to do. Backs against the ring quite literally as they're pushing their way through this choke over towards Thermal. Solo Q Goats currently playing a slow rotation on edge.
You know, it's working out well for them right now. They are the only squad in this area. They obviously don't know that, but they're in a comfortable position right now. They know that no one's at least behind them. They're just trying to figure out if they need to go through anyone in front of them to continue making this rotation. And rats, this could not be any more appropriate a team name right now. Fallout, look at where they are.
You gotta be kidding me. We said it earlier with GMT in game number 1, a 3-man rat squad. Well, this is quite literally the same thing happening in game number 5. Meanwhile, Cleve, a major pusher, is going to take out his CIS compadre and Stanny, who gets taken down. Kazakh Boy going to get taken down as well. It's a lot of CIS on CIS action right now as Cleve and the major pushers have already gotten 3 kill points, and they're just going to continue to rack up. Look at their shield as well, very well leveled.
Oh, you can see how on the minimap how many teams are currently making the push into Thermal because they were in those buildings up on the high ground right above it. They realize that's no longer safe, not going to be in the zone, and they're trying to get in there as quickly as possible. Gambit still outside on the high ground. They're trying to poke those squads that are making their pushes in. GMT still holding the center of Thermal and picking up a few points as a result of their spot. But Gambit could potentially farm a little bit here with how many teams all pushed in at the same time.
Gosh, and great shots with from Artico. Leveraging the longbow on Gibraltar. It's typically you want to have that longbow because of your passive shield means you can trade sniper shots pretty well. Meanwhile, they're going to get flanked from behind here. Will he decide to grab the alternator? Yes, he does. So he goes from sniper to fragger real quick. Alternator Mastiff combo here picked up from the supply crate, but they got to be careful because they find themselves between 2 teams and in a really dangerous spot.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how they handle it. They're going to have to clear out Solo Q Goats if they want to have a safe push in. And as I say that, they lose a player. Was that to a bow? It was. Maestro has had the bow multiple times here.
They love the bow, apparently. Maestro putting the bow check bow to work here multiple games in a row. And that's big because we picked Gambit and Maestro as casters, and they're neck and neck right now. Maestro with 19 points, Gambit with 26 or 27 points. Gambit's down to 2 players left, and it's kind of desperation Valcolt right now. They're trying to find the best place to land, and they can't really find it. Tough decision.
Yeah, you can see just how many players they're able to scout there from on high, and they land on a caustic barrel. That is so not good.
Meanwhile, switching over to Solo Q Goats. Rotation from Diff. Gonna pop a portal and immediately knock one. That is a huge play coming through from Diff Q. Meanwhile, Zippin's gonna get taken out. The Irishman is out. The UK King himself in Shiv last alive, but he is so weak and gonna get taken out as well. Again, it's major pushers.
Major Pushers has been doing well for themselves here so far. You can see even got the little kill leader going on there on Major Pushers. I mean, this is huge. Gambit, I thought they were going to be okay being able to watch other teams going and pick them off as they moved, but when they tried to make their final stand, they get caught out by Solo. You have to make a rotate, and it does not go well. Now we're down to just Hardeki, who we've seen popping off, but now he's alone.
Yeah, but he popped the mobile respawn beacon, is going to get his teammate back. At least one of them couldn't get the second banner, so that's going to help one additional teammate. But look at Maestro. They find God Spot here in this thermal station ending. The fact that Maestro was able to pick up this God Spot and they rotated from the northern side of the map is darn impressive. Maestro coming from staging, so just slightly north. I wonder what Top Dogs was doing and why they didn't decide to just post up in thermal. But nonetheless, Maestro find themselves in the best position.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Maestro on high, you've got GMT center, but down low. Both of them vertically right on top of each other while they're just kind of keeping their eyes on everybody else that's on the outskirts of thermal right now. They can really take their time here and just deal as much damage as possible, also forcing the rest of those teams to kind of use up whatever resources they have left before that final fight comes in the end game moments.
Dropping him, Navi. Dropping him. Dropping him. No, I was so excited.
Oh!
Was hoping they would decide to take that fight on Maestro. Obviously tough to do, but Hardeki still putting in work. Knocks one on the kill feed. Navi, though, find themselves in such a bad spot. This is why these Valkyrie ults are so dangerous. Kuya's going to go down. It's all up to Nesh and Strafey.
That was a great bubble, though, that came out of Nesh. Now we see the frags coming in, trying to get him through the doorway and see if they can do some damage onto GMT before they have to make that push. And Gambit, though, Hardeki now in a really tough spot as well, trying to keep as many people off. But there's so many players that have angles on Gambit right now, and they're just struggling to even find a safe place to heal.
Yeah, and Hardeki's literally just surviving by a thread right now. Literally blow on him, he will get knocked over. One more shot is all that's needed. Everyone in the game is focusing poor Hardeki. And in a bombardment, he looks up and just stares a defensive bombardment right in his eyes. See his life flash before him and gets taken out as we're now on board with Rebel.
And it looks like that was Rebel, the one that was dealing all of that harassment damage onto Gambit there as they now continue to push their way through. More kills on the board onto Kazakh Boy. I mean, Rebel is just continuing with their aggression, but it might come back to bite them right now.
Yeah, now it's going to get taken out to the ring here. It's going to be all up to Taylor and Pia. Might be able to get a revive, though, and it looks like they will be able to do that. That's the benefit of Caustic. In these late games, again, Rebel used to run Wraith, Gibraltar, and Bloodhound. Recently switched to Caustic and Valkyrie, and boy, oh boy, did it do dividends for them. They have played so incredibly well. And again, it's Rebel's first foray into Apex Legends this season in the Pro League by picking up Flavor of the Month. And boy, they're looking smart right now.
Did you see that Tanya on Maestro had almost 2k damage from up here? They have just been poking people like crazy from this position. And now we're down to a top 4 situation. They still have the height. GMT still has the low ground directly below them. So they can honestly really just focus on, I believe it's Major Pushers and Rebel that are on the outskirts.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy finish here. We got some top names, household names in EMEA. Maestro, GMT, Rebel, formerly known as Flavor of the Month, and Major Pushers are your 4 squads left here in Game 5. And if you look at the top left of your screen, you'll see that line as to where things are going to pull, and the zone is pulling fairly central here. So no clear advantage outside of Maestro, who has ultimate high ground and God Spot. You got to think it's their game to lose.
That was a really, really solid portal coming out of Major Pushers, starting to try and make their way in as they know that the zone is going to start collapsing here pretty soon, and they want to try and make it as easy on themselves as possible. Trying to catch Rebel, as Rebel also has to make move, and they've got a great pillar blocking Maestro right there, so they can kind of play behind some of that cover, but Gibby's just too big. He's just too big.
Poor Gibraltar and his massive body is going to get absolutely beamed right there as a result. That's just sad. Meanwhile, Serdell, oh my gosh, gets melted down to 10 HP. Going to be able to heal back up, trying to find his rotation.
Ooh, he's got to get it off before he starts getting hit by the zone. Does manage to get the shield, but his health is super, super low. They're going to have to push their way out of that center spot on low that they've been holding forever, and this is where everything clears. Look how many caustic barrels there are here, Fallout. There's EMPs, there's bubbles, I don't even know what's happening anymore.
It is an insane finish, a caustic-esque finish here as Maestro drops from high ground. Kron goes down. Sanya, Rugby, gotta perform. He takes out one with the Mastiff, not done yet. Gets the shield swap, turns, finds one on high ground, melts him. Good team firing from Maestro, looking near perfect. And Maestro's gonna do it in a 2v2. Mastiff shots get put through. Can he finish? Yes, he does. Connects for nothing but great shots, and Maestro will win it. What a finish in game number 5.
Oh my god. I mean, yes, they had the positioning, but at the end, literally every ability that every legend had at their disposal was on that final zone. There were barrels everywhere. There were bubbles, there was EMPs, there was everything. And somehow Maestro manages to time it perfectly to wait out GMT, who had to push out of their low ground central location, allow them to start chipping away at each other, drop down in the final moments, and clean everything up. That was a huge performance for Maestro.
Yeah, you summarized it perfectly. They had high ground and, yes, a slight advantage, but they still had to perform in that late game. At some point, the high ground meant nothing. It came down to a 2v2, and who could hit their shots. Maestro lost Kron early and was left in a 2v3v3 and still was able to clutch up right there with an 11-kill first-place finish. Jordan finished with the 23 points being put up from them. Major pushers right behind them with an 8-kill game, and Rebel continues to perform consistently in third place right behind him, Lauren.
Listen, I know I've said this like 4 times in this one game, but you were apparently just a prophet here this time around, Fallout. You said any team could get a 25-ish point game and bring it back and completely shake up the standings. We got Maestro with the 23-point game that's completely going to shake up the standings again. I mean, what is going on today?
Yeah, and they were out of the top 10. They were in the bottom half, bottom tier of teams, and that will put them in top 3, top 4 perhaps. Look at this damage being put in from Sanya on Gibraltar. Insane damage with the sniper. I think actually an R301 he was doing it with, so nice job to Sanya. Rugby with 1,500 damage, Kron with 800 damage. What a showing from this squad, Lauren. I mean, a remarkable performance from them, and obviously they got a little blessed with the zone here, but that's how it works, right? We had so many northern zones. Finally, they get a southern zone. They rotate early from staging, they find God spot, and they perform.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they are blessed, they still, even prior to that end game scenario, we saw how much damage was coming out of Sanya from the poke. They were at least chipping away at every single opportunity, every single player that came in front of them. They were still getting some KP on the board, and then they just played the ending perfectly. So they used every advantage that they could, but still had to make those final moments count, and they more than did that.
Yeah, congratulations to them as we welcome back Kate to the desk to break down the action after 5 games. Kate, we got Maestro and Rebel potentially on top. Man, I can't wait to see these standings.
Absolutely. And I think what's important that I want to make sure we mention is that the beginning of our games, we really saw the Rebels, the Dead Insides, come out on top. Maestro, who 3 of us talent have called for today's winner, actually... we're cooler off in those for early games. So while we take a look at these standings, Glitter, excuse me, not these standings, these highlights, Glitter, I want to know from you, put your fortune teller hat on. Those early games went to the underdogs. Our squads that were on top like Maestro are coming in hot now. Who do you have coming in to game number 6?
Ooh, that is a hard one to call. You know what, though? Just because I want to see it done, I'm going to give it back to Rebel. I want Rebel to close out the day with a 3rd win and another insane performance. I mean, we've seen them be aggressive all day, even if they're not getting those final placement points. So maybe they can kind of close it all out with a clean win.
But...
And Kate, I gotta say, I think, obviously I'm a little biased because I predicted them, but I think Gambit's gonna pop off. They just saw Maestro, their rivals, in 2nd place in the overall Pro League standings, right behind them, go huge. They say, nuh-uh, it's our turn. Gambit's had a couple of good games. They have yet to have that Gambit signature great game that we know they're capable of with a 12-plus kill first place finish. I think Gambit's going to go huge in game number 6 as we take a look at the match number 5 highlights game.
Absolutely. And I was going to say that what's really interesting is a big question I had that I think will come off into our Monster Energy MVP segment later on, which is talking about the deadly combo of player to weapon in this lobby, because we've mentioned it a few times. The Kraber, as you know, has made a very big impact. Even the boat check bringing it in for the real thing there at the end. I'm curious, like, right in my mind, I got Taskmaster with the Kraber. Don't get anywhere near him if you're in the skies. I got Hardeki with the flatline, which is always a problem. And then Zaron with the bow check bow. Am I wrong? Am I right? Which players are more deadly? Fallout, let's start with you as we take a look here at Maestro doing what they do best.
Yeah, it's just fun to watch. It's obviously also kudos and testament to Apex, something that's got play in any game. But depending on what legend you are as well, Gibraltars will typically have a sniper in their hands. Wraiths like Gambit and Hardeki will typically have a flatline and an SMG, an R99, or a Volt in their hands, like to get up front personal. So those are the kind of weapon to player combos. In my opinion, Hardeki with that flatline is absolutely disgusting. We saw right there, that was all about Sanya with the huge game, picking up a lot of good shots at the R301 as well, Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to respectfully request that you change it to Hardeki with anything. Just any weapon. Just Hardeki.
It's a fair ask.
I'll see that. I'll see that.
And that might get my choice.
Excellent. Well, speaking of our choices, let's take a look at those leaderboards here. We have gone to Game 5. We will go to a Game 6, and this is where we are, Group B versus Group A. And that, my friends, Fallout, is a very healthy lead for Rebel, the former Flavor of the Month squad, really showcasing what they can do this second time around with Groups A versus B.
Yeah, and they're in a great position now to secure a first-place finish. I mean, they're going with a 16-point lead. As long as they get a few kills here, they pretty much secure it. But then Maestro in third, leapfrogs 9 placements from 1 game. That's just insane. And then all the way down to all planned in 11th. I think you have teams that could still make a viable run for the top 6. Again, my eyes are on Na'Vi, on Gambit, and on GMT in 6th, 7th, and 8th place who need a big game in performance. And I think those are some 3 teams that are certainly capable of doing it, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still stuck on the fact that Maestro is top 3 after that one performance. I mean, we've got one more game. And if any squad, because we've looked at it now before this last game and after, if any of these squads all the way down to like 14th place has a performance like Maestro just had, it can change things up at the end of the day. So I'm kind of hoping, I know you asked me to pick a team, and I'm not, going back on my Rebel call, but there's a part of me that's also pulling for another underdog team to have like one pop off here at the end of the day.
Love it.
Oh, that's going to be entertaining for sure. And I think we can all agree that that would be fun to watch as well. Speaking of fun, let's talk about entering the Lenovo Legion's ALGS Pro League giveaway. For a chance to win a free Lenovo Legion gaming PC, head on over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion to find out more. And hey, since you're already on Twitter, maybe consider giving us a follow. Yeah, shameless plug, don't care. Play Apex Esports. We got Play Apex Esports on YouTube and, of course, twitch.tv/PlayApex. That's where you're going to want to be for all of the fun that we've got coming. Glitter mentioned it. The fun could be a game number 6 going to our underdog team, whichever one you decide that is. But in the meantime, we will be right back. This is game number 6 for our Split 1 Pro League Day here in EMEA. Check it out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series EMEA Pro League, and Maestro Gaming picking up the win in game number 5 to mix things up just a little bit the way that we like to see. Now we're heading into our last game of the day, Dan, and the story has been about Rebel today. Very consistent performance from them. My question to you is, do you think they can close out game 6 in the same sort of form?
Do I think they can? Yes. Are they going to? That remains to be seen. I was going to say no, but I thought that would have been a little bit mean on them. But they certainly, after those first 2 victories, have dropped off ever so slightly. But the lead that they hold right now is quite a significant one. Even with the victory from Maestro, they still find themselves 18 points short. Major Pushers are closest with a 16-point difference. And that requires a big game. So if Rebel just have an average game here, find themselves in the top 10 with a few kills, they should do enough to still secure the 12 points from this week here in Pro League, from this matchup. But there are certainly those big hitters who could, pop off and get that big 20-kill game alongside a win, and then you start to look at a potential chance of them upsetting Rebel at the top of those leaderboards. So I'm looking at the likes of Maestro, I'm looking at the likes of Gambit, who have that potential to do so, to maybe try and throw a spanner in the works for Rebel Gaming. But I think Rebel will be delighted with the lead that they hold going into match number 6.
Yeah, certainly a great start for Rebel here. And I say start, it's a good 5/6 of the day as we head into our final game. Major Pushes and Maestro. Maestro, the biggest climbers with that win as well, jumping up 9 places into 3rd place overall, just 2 points behind Major Pushers. So I think a lot of those top 3 will be keeping their eyes on the kill feed as well, because if the likes of Rebel do fall early here, Dan, then it will open up the rest of the table to maybe make some ground up on them. But it's very tight still. Outside of Rebel at the top of the leaderboards with that 60-point advantage, I mean, you're only looking at a couple of points between the top 10 or so. So it really can have big implications on how those final points do get distributed.
Yeah, we talk about first place because, of course, everyone's going to be gunning for first place, but realistically, everyone's just gunning for points to try and ensure they put themselves a little bit further up in the overall leaderboards and play for that top 20 position that they all so desperately want to try and achieve. And there are a few teams teetering around the edge of that top 20 zone. You've got Na'Vi, Kungana, Zeta, Rebel, Solo Q Goats. They're all there, big teams who I'd be expecting to be a little bit higher up in the leaderboards, but they find themselves in this battle for now these playoff positions. I'm excited for this game. We've had so much variety in the circles. It means we've got to see all the teams in different kind of locations, and I'm hoping that we're going to see something a little bit different in this last game as well.
Yeah, I think that's something really interesting to highlight as well. The fact we have had that variation in circle across World's Edge makes for much more captivating viewing, and certainly makes for more captivating gameplay for all of these teams who have to adapt and make different rotations as the game does evolve. Now let's watch Maestro Gaming off of their drop. They're going to be dropping over here at staging, a little bit of a spread from them, just making sure that they can loot all of these outside buildings and trucks, etc. as well. But they do have the beacon available to them, so Maestro Gaming, who just won our last one, are going to give us the information we love to see, and that is going to be where we're going. We're going to the north, down a little bit of epicenter, maybe right up in that top right-hand corner we might be heading as well. So Climatizer also potentially to be involved. An interesting circle here, and it's the first time we've seen quite a lot of north circles all in one week, it feels.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, more northern than southern for once, and I think everyone's just maybe breathing a sigh of relief. Certainly the northern teams anyway, as they've had so many weeks of having to traverse all the way across World's Edge and consistently fight those teams who are getting it every single drop. But that is going to be a different circle than the other northern ones, especially if it does shift to that far northeast zone, which it could do. And the teams who are dropping up there, if they can kind of get into those priority positions early, if they can get their backs to the walls, as it were, and ensure that no one can get behind them, then certainly it's going to be difficult for those Valkyrie teams to arrive late, because they won't be able to get to the edge of circle as easily, because they'll just be shot out of the sky.
789 have had to change their landing point, and they'll be using Big Maud. Pick up their loot for their travels. Solo Q Goats, no surprise to see them once again engaging with the Prowlers, and I'm pretty sure if you were keeping scores of Solo Q Goats versus the Prowlers throughout the Pro League, I think it's about 150 to 0. I don't have the exact stats on that. I will get it backed up, Dan, maybe if you can do a little bit of work on the back end of that, but I'm pretty sure that the Prowlers are down bad against Solo Q Goats.
That's me doing stats. That's my stat noise, by the way, and I can confirm. Oh, 100% win record that Solo Q Goats have got against the Prowlers at the moment. Not surprising. I think it's 84,000 games that they've managed to go up against each other, and the Prowlers just not really able to turn that one around. But, you know, I'm all for upsets. Maybe this could be the time, but probably not.
I think the Solo Q Goats need more of a challenge over here at Trials. I want to see, like,
maybe Gambit come out of the tubes one day when they're expecting to see
Hardeki appears.
Yeah, Hardeki appears, and they're like, oh wait, what is this guy shooting back? This guy's doing we're dead. Anyway, ANC outplayed, making their rotation now as they traverse towards the little beacon building, the little train station building outside of the train station that you can see in front of you now. A fragment west just to the right hand side of Shex, who's going to make his way towards where that zone is going to be moving. This is a little look forward as well. You can see the North American show is going to be coming up a little bit later on. Esports Arena at the top of the leaderboards there. There's lots of stories to tell about that later on. So do you know what? I'm going to save it. We're going to concentrate on EMEA for now. We're going to give you a little teaser of what's happening in NA, but there's going to be some really big games going on later, Dan, as well.
Naughty little tease. Just pocket that one. Get everyone excited for North America. I'm very excited for it, and I think that certainly you are going to want to stay tuned and watch the North America region unfold a little bit later. But for now, we need to see how the EMEA region concludes in these groups. Of course, remember, this is not the end of the split. We still have one more day, well, 2 more days of action. We've got the other 2 groups going toe-to-toe tomorrow, and then all 4 groups once again battle it out on Sunday as they all take on each other at the same time for competitive integrity, so no one could try and take advantage of previous results being ahead of them. But all the rotations coming through, all the teams that did drop down towards the south have been quite quickly moving towards the northern zones and outplayed a team who I've been very impressed by today, just having to halt that movement just ever so slightly as they get railed in the back.
GMT going to be getting that crypto drone on the go to see if they can do some damage and force this team off. The EMP is going to slow them down as well. Look at the damage that this team is being taken. That will be our first team actually taken out by the looks of things. And all of a sudden, the kill feed is just lit up. It's not actually a complete elimination. It is one, complete elimination. But teams and players falling from numerous different people who are trying to rotate into this area. Good damage being done by GMT here, but Asking with that triple take, he's going to have to do some more work here because he's going to have to level up that Evo shield and he'll do it with just the one shot.
Na'Vi eliminated, Zeta have just been eliminated as well. I was talking about those teams who are teetering on the edge of playoffs and potentially not being in those playoffs if they don't make a big performance here today. I think looking at Zeta and what they've achieved, they're going to have a huge game when it comes to Sunday and when it comes to those matches because they were down in 16th position and they've just been killed off there. Na'Vi, it's not as bad for them because they were in 6th, but still, they were only 5 points ahead of 7th place. They could drop a few positions here with that early elimination.
The Rats are going to be picking up the loot, scavenging. Speaking of scavenging, there is a Spitfire that everybody loves to see from a care package. ANC, I'll move back inside of this building just to the northeastern side of Survey Camp. One team who's going to have a little bit of a difficult journey, and certainly a long and arduous one, is going to be the leaders of our lobby, Rebel, dropping over at Lava City. They've got probably one of the furthest travels to make here, Dan, so this is going to be a real test of them as we go into our final game.
I think this final game is going to be a test for so many teams as they realise what's starting to be on the line now. Even though there is that one more match day that they can look forward to on Sunday, or maybe be anxious about approaching if they are one of those teams who are just on the edge. You've got to get the job done now. You've got to pick up some points to give yourself the best possible chance of securing that playoff spot. So if you are one of those teams who's around the kind of 15th to 25th mark at the moment, big kills are needed. Big plays are needed. Sometimes you've got to take risks as well, but when you are in these situations, sometimes you're maybe reluctant to take those risks.
Well, here is Hardeki. We mentioned he might be popping out of trials a little bit earlier, but for now he's just playing with his teammates and trying to do what he can to bring Gambit back into the tops of these leaderboards. Outplayed at the moment. It's not looking too good for them. That's going to be Redragon who are putting the pressure on, but they seem to have held off the push for now. One player has been brought back to his feet. The armor swap's going to be there as well. 16 squads now remaining, so it looks like they're going to be able to stabilize.
Very impressed with how they held there. It is one of the better buildings to hold if a team pushes it poorly. If they are just pushing one by one through the doorway, you can, if you've got something like a Peacekeeper, you can hit so heavy and you can shoulder peek each time. And the team that are pushing you need to have a little bit more strategy to take you out. So even though it was impressive from OP, I think it was more so a disappointment from the team that was actually pushing them, not necessarily strategizing to full effect. But we're down to 16 squads already. We've lost 3. As a reminder, only 19 squads starting in this lobby. Uwu, Owu, Catboys, or whatever their team name was, they disbanded and they won't be playing today.
Disdain for that team name, Dan. Absolute disdain in the way that you said that. Well, here's Rebel. They have made their way towards Climatize now, and they found somewhere to play. It isn't
exactly what you would call the most comfortable of spots to play, but this corner is one of those that's kind of shielded from a lot of lines of sight, especially from inside of Climatizer. So this is good game knowledge here from Rebel. You do hear a Bloodhound ultimate being popped as well, and it's actually going to be Rats who are trying to focus onto Rebel here, so they've got to be more than aware of the situation, because it looks like Rats want to get a little bit of a closer look at this one as the scans are going to be consistently coming in.
Rats are looking to get a little bit frisky here, and for Rebel, it's about survivability. They have that 16-point lead, and they want to keep it that way. They want to get to the latter stages of this game. They don't really need to do too much. They don't have to be aggressive and push for that KP. So instead, they've just got to find somewhere, a little hidey hole where they can survive to maybe top 10, top 5, just to put themselves out of reach of any of these teams having a mammoth game to catch them up. However, if they were eliminated at this point, before even securing any placement or KP, that does put it within the realms of possibility of the teams in second and third place with an okay or a somewhat impressive game to actually take first position off of them.
Well, Kangana need a good game here. We mentioned how it's going to be the top 20 overall from EMEA who'll be entering the playoffs lobby for a chance to call themselves champions. Well, Kangana are kind of on the edge of that right now. They need some good points. They need some good games on these last 3 days of Pro League competition, and every single game for them just feels like it's more and more vital to their expectations and their opportunity to actually make it into that top 20 overall. GMT still set up in this truck at the very northern side of where this zone is going to be pulling, but Kangana right in the center of zone. They need to capitalize on this, Dan. That's one thing they've kind of struggled to do so far when I've been watching the POV of Kangana. They get into good positions, but then they don't capitalize. It's almost like they're a step behind in those final decisions.
Yeah, after that good game 2 where they finished second, they finished 19th, then 16th, then 19th in the games that followed, and that has them down in 15th position in this lobby. And considering they hold the 19th spot when you look at the overall leaderboards, they need to be bettering that. Even though they'll be happy to see Zeta eliminated in the early stages of this game, they're one of their closest competitors. When you look at what's around them, 789 are there, 4Gang are there tomorrow, Underrated are there as a possible team, Navi still close by. There's a lot of teams who still could make a difference, if not in this week, certainly when we get to the next matches, which isn't next week, it's on Sunday, excuse me. So you've got to make a difference here and now. This one match, if you get top 5, if you get top 3, that could be the difference maker from you qualifying to playoffs or not.
So 20 seconds left until Zone 2 will close. And a couple of teams eliminated so far, and a couple of them were a little bit sketchy, to say the least, with the way that teams were landing in the open and leaving themselves vulnerable to so many different angles and teams shooting on them. But look at this at the moment. Even though we're looking at ANC, I did notice that Maestro just had a player knocked, and Maestro, the winners of our last game, who are looking to maybe put the pressure onto Rebel at the top of the leaderboards. Need to stabilize for now, and Sanya's actually been taken down and finished off by G-Dolphin, so now down to Piranha Rugby to survive, and it looks like the push is coming in as well. This is not looking good for them right now. ARC-Stars, grenades, and multiple teams looking to pick up the pieces. This is looking like it's going to be over for Maestro, and it is indeed.
Quite the fall from grace. First place to then 16th place, and I don't even know if they picked up any KP there, Maestro. So they'll finish at around that 42-point mark. So OP, who are on 39 behind them, Dead Inside 39 behind them, they can really, you know, just have an okay average game and still outplace Maestro here. Top 3 is very achievable for several of these teams who are just a little bit behind. 789 were the team who pushed up on them. They'll have the KP. They're currently in 14th position. Even though they had a good game 1 here today when they finished in 4th place, they need to actually get some more points on the board here. Another one of those teams just outside of those playoff positions, but a win here could change everything.
It's one of my favourite scopes to see on that longbow as well. Do you know you can actually zoom in so far? You can see people's DNA with that thing, Dan.
And that's concerning, really. I think that's a little bit...
It's too far.
It's a little bit too far. It's one of those situations where I think people were expecting you to be a little bit kind of courteous with your DNA. You want to hold it. You don't want to allow people to see it necessarily.
Stop looking at my DNA.
Stop looking at it. You know, you never know what you can find out. Like, there is a lot of secrets. It's certainly my DNA. Anyway, there's a lot of secrets being held.
Rats inside of this building, but just outside of the zone. So they've got around 2 minutes to make a move. You can see with 15 squads alive, it's looking a little bit more difficult for them to do than maybe they would have wanted. They are playing Ash as well, so they do have the ability to go from point A to point B extremely quickly. A little bit of a skyward dive actually coming in from Rebel here. So the second time we see them taken to the skies, and the second time we've seen them finding a safe place to play as well. Not just gone ever so slightly past his teammates here, but will be safe. And that's going to be Gambit once again. This is not the first time we've seen this battle start to heat up between these two teams. We had a little taster of it, I think, back in Game 4 it was. And in Game 6, we're seeing the two just poke and show presence once again.
realistically, Rebel just want to avoid fights here. They want to get on the edge, so they've perfectly managed to transition that way, but they've got to be careful they don't offer up a little bit too much and make sure they don't get knocked. Any sort of knock will give the call to the other teams to actually push up on them, because they will have that indication in their kill feed. And even though it's not match point and teams don't necessarily desperately jump onto teams as much, certainly when you look at how close other teams are to that first position, and you know, if you're having that big game, if you can get that 20 kill game, you can still take first place away from them, and we might see teams try and take it off of them.
Top Dogs showing that it's not just the ability to play fetch, to run, to swim, they can also fly as well, as they find themselves in a little corner here, and it's a pretty good landing, to be honest with you. You saw all of the marks coming in from the Valkyrie passive about where the other teams would be on the map. Even though they're taking a little bit of damage here from the defensive bombardment, they will be able to stabilize. There's no one really in the vicinity to cause them too many problems, even though it's looking a little bit carnage-filled right now with the Arc Stars and all of the missile swarms and defensive bombardments coming in. You can see the Top Dogs aren't taking too much damage here. It's Rebel who are trying to be the aggressors.
You need good headphones for Apex Legends, because half the time you cannot see a thing, because there's just gas everywhere, Arc Stars lighting up the place. You need to be listening to those audio cues, trying to work out if you are being pushed, is there any footsteps nearby. But also communication is going to be massive, as you see that circle is going to move ever so slightly away from Climatizer, just north of it. So when we looked at the positioning from where the likes of Rebel are, where the likes of Top Dogs are, I think they're going to be in a decent spot here, and they'll be pretty happy with where that circle's moving.
Yeah, especially with Caustic as well. Top Dogs are just going to be able to hold this. Nobody's going to be willing to push them, and now we're seeing them get involved in this battle we were talking about a few moments ago. This is going to be actually a really big Arc Star as well, and that is the signal to go. Rabe takes a little bit of damage on the cross. 0-0 manages to jump over the top of the Valkyrie, and he has the flank, but his teammates are taking a huge amount of damage. He needs to get involved in this fight, and finally he does so. But look at the damage they're taking from a third party, having picked up the kills onto Rebel and eliminated them, the leaders of our game so far today. Now they've got to be careful to survive, and it's Gambit once again who are trying to pressure them.
So Rebel eliminated, that opens up a potential chance for someone to try and change things here. Major Pushers were in second place, so if they're still alive, they could make a difference. They could make a big run here to try and take first place away from Rebel.
And the portal comes in, and it's going to be a kidnap. That is not the side of things you want to be on if you're 0-0, but he somehow manages to escape with his life, just jumping up and using the jets to give himself a little bit more opportunity to play some Apex Legends. Solo Q Goats have been very quiet so far today, and to be honest with you, with the action that's been going down, it's been quiet for them on their rotation as well. No real battles to speak of that we've managed to catch, but you can see in the top right-hand side of your screen that Zipper does has one kill to his name and a couple of assists. So it's not like they've been kind of waltzing into zone. They've still been taking some fights when available.
Well, the Solo Q Goats in the overall standings currently lie in 32nd place. They need to move their way up the leaderboards. We'll see what the listening's like and see what they have to say.
Shoot him back anytime.
Oh, one guy's moving, same place, same place.
Okay.
Yeah, they're on the loot. I'm gonna nade them.
I'm popping
They were getting shot by another team as well. They're like, I don't know if they're all in that corner. No, they probably went back.
The Raid's looking at us on my ping, guys, behind us, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Is there, can you say where we can play, Def? Can you say where we can play for
I'm
the
getting
zone?
shot from behind. No, like here.
What?
Northeast?
That right, yeah, that right, that right.
That's the right here, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, is there anywhere we can play here, Def? You gotta let us know.
I don't know, like this rock or this kit.
Might be something good.
Yeah, we need to play. We need to play for this. We need to play for this.
Okay.
Shiv, will you have your ulti here for this zone?
I have my ult now. I have my ult now.
Behind us, 2 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to block off everyone from coming from behind us here, okay?
Do you want to ult them when...
Yeah, just wait. Shiv,
Not yet, yeah.
When there's like 20 seconds left on zone, you're
I gave up the angle, okay? I gave up the angle. I have to bet.
Come to me, come to me, come to me.
Yeah.
Shiv, when there's 20 seconds left in the zone coming in, you're ulting for that spot over there on ping, okay? You're ulting for that.
You want to ult towards that?
Yes, ult towards that spot
Okay,
on ping.
okay, there's people there.
We're gonna shoot the people rotating in now, okay?
Yeah.
Just careful of the rock here. Careful of the rock on our right. Just wait, just wait a little bit. 50 seconds, and then do it.
Wraith
do it now, right now, toward here, Shiv.
Yeah, they're moving for it. They give me.
Give me crack. He's flash.
Ult it, tip it, maybe.
Play here late, play here late, play here late.
Maybe you can ult it, tip it.
I'm going
Looking
here.
at them. Nice dome. Can you hold that, Tip?
Yeah, portal toward them, and let's take the spot. Get rid of the fight, Tip. We're moving up here.
Yeah, yeah.
Crack them. Flash.
I'm taking point back. I'm taking point back.
Not one. No, okay, not two.
Yeah,
Okay,
come back, Shiv. Come back, Shiv.
I'm come back.
We take point. I need a rest. Can we take
cover?
Oh my god.
I'm shielding.
Go back. Dome in 5 seconds.
I'm shielding. Bubble when possible. Okay.
I'm gonna take the dome and try to kill them, okay?
Yeah,
okay.
Do it. I'm taking it.
I knock one here. We need to fight this.
Coming, yeah.
Great luck. One left.
Hold on.
I almost got.
I'm ulting.
Surgical, methodical from Solo Q Goats, but now the third party is coming in, and even though they're trying to do what they can to hold it off, it's major pushers who make the major push and pick up the KP.
Well, this is big for major pushers. OP were eliminated during that little process there by the Solo Q Goats. Remember, major pushers in second place, 16 points behind Rebel. Rebel were wiped out, so if major pushers can get a first place and get a decent amount of kills here, they could take that first place away from the Rebel gang, as 789 eliminated in 9th place. We're down to 8 teams.
All plans surviving there. And now you're going to see a Valkyrie attempted skyward dive, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it off in time as Gambit do swarm in as well. GMT have been watching all of this go down, and look at the zone. They are dead center. Dell has that red Evo as well. And with Nasky just 1 or 2 shots with the triple take, he's going to take him up to red as well. GMT look like the team to beat right now.
Just doing the quick calculations, I mean, major pushers, 5 kills plus a first place should be enough to do it. It depends on how much KP Rebel actually ended with, and I'm fairly certain there wasn't really much there to be screaming and shouting about. So a really big opportunity for the major pushers here, but they've got to play this one correctly. They certainly would have left themselves vulnerable after going for that third party, so we'll keep an eye on that kill feed as we're down to just 5.
Ranch is going to fall though. All these teams making a late move out of Climatizer. It was only Gambit who really managed to get ahead of everyone. That's going to be Kangana in the feed as well, picking up some kills. Rat managing to stabilize for now, but where you're seeing this control tower that they're shooting at right now, Rats, that's where Gambit were located. Kangana lose one as well as Bodoli still inside of that zone is holding everyone out. It is Gambit now. This is their POV and doing so much damage.
Major pushers eliminated in 5th. Don't think they've done enough to be able to take the victory off of Rebel, so now our eyes go elsewhere. Maybe we can see a huge game from Gambit here. They certainly do have kills in that kill feed, and there certainly is KP there for them, but they would need quite a significant amount to really make an upset. As for GMT, they're also down in 8th. They're only 1 point behind Gambit at the moment, so 2 teams who are teetering around that top 5 certainly can make a big difference as Kangana starting to struggle.
3 alive here for GMT, 3 alive for Gambit. However, Kangana just a solo. Graceful's got to play this one well, and at the moment he's getting focused a little bit by both teams. Understandably, they don't want him to have an impact. Gambit's here has an opportunity to push. Artico is going to move in to try and finish off that kill. However, they don't manage to secure it, and that bubble will be decimated by the EMP coming in from GMT as well. Graceful is taken down by Serdell, so now it's a straight 3v3 gunfight between Gambit and GMT to see who can close this one out.
Hardeki does get a shield swap, but he needs to get his health up here. This is certainly not an easy fight for either team. Gambit are pushing up ground right now, though. GMT have got some fantastic head glitches, certainly have the best positions on the map, but we'll see how they fight it.
Hardeki went down as well, so now Gambit find themselves in a 3v2. It's an uphill battle, and Nasky, oh, he's shooting fish in a barrel here, and GMT hold their ground and will be your champions of our final game of the day.
And GMT should have done enough there to break into the top 3. I think they'll be delighted with that. I'm not sure anyone's done enough to take the first place away from Rebel. I think major pushers were their closest competition, but with them being wiped out in 5th place, that dream probably ended with those deaths. But I think we've just seen 2 teams who really needed points secure those points. The likes of Gambit that we'd expect to do a lot better, the likes of GMT who we've expected to be doing a lot better as well. They are proving that even when, their backs are against the wall a little bit, they can get those points, they can rescue a week that hasn't necessarily been too successful and turn it into a very successful one.
That's always weird now, is it? Whenever we talk about EMEA, it's like, these guys, we expect them to do, but I feel like we're saying about every team because of the amount of success that everyone is having and how closely matched a lot of these teams are. But you're completely right. GMT and Gambit being alive as that final 2 is valuable, so valuable for them in those final leaderboards. The extra points they can take away, 1 or 2, is certainly going to affect the standings when we get to the overall standings as well of all the teams in EMEA.
Of course, people now playing for that top 20, not the top 10 that we've seen previously with the change, unfortunately, from offline to an online tournament. But this is the final scores from that last game that we saw. 10 kills for GMT, 22 points in total. Gambit just behind them with 15 points in total. But Kungana, I mentioned how they had a very important play with. They turned it into a third place and they had some decent KP too.
And there's just confirmation for me that Major Pushers just fell short of taking first place off Rebel. They were about 7 points short in the end, with Rebel picking up 1 and Major Pushers picking up 10. Just imagine if Major Pushers had got that victory, had got a little bit further, I think Rebel might have started to sweat a little bit more. As for GMT, those 22 points really will send them up the leaderboard. That'll push them up to, what, 40, 53? So that is a big jump. That will really manage to get them some big points overall. Probably top 3, I would imagine, and they'll be delighted with that, because when you look at what everyone's been able to achieve across the weeks and how quickly the overall leaderboards can change and how just 1 or 2 points can make a difference, you've got to be able to take advantage of points when they're presented to you here, and that's exactly what happened for GMT in that last game.
Yeah, I really like the way that Dell was playing it as well. Almost some classic Wraith plays from him. Even though they had that really strong position, he was more than happy to portal out and try and clean up some kills. And we saw it numerous times where you saw a fight going on, just portaled, didn't show too much presence when the opportunity presented himself as to have a little bit of involvement and land a few extra shots to secure some KP for his team. He did exactly that. 3 kills to Sadelt. On the other side of things, Badoli on the caustic, locking things down, and Naski doing a huge amount of damage with that triple take, especially in that end game. All resulted in that win, but it was about positioning. It was a classic GMT performance from them, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of performance we would expect from them. It's a performance we've seen in previous tournaments, like when they first formed. It's all about composition for me. I think a lot of these teams are starting to adjust to what the meta has to offer now and starting to realise how they best fit into that meta. We've seen everyone try something a little bit different. We've seen Bloodhound go in back and forth. People try and stick with the original composition. But sometimes it's just about a mesh of what you're comfortable with and what you absolutely need in a meta like this. And Caustic seems to be a pretty important legend when it comes to the grand scheme of things, with how important the gas can be, the traps can be, just for visual clutter and for getting those kills in the end game. But I think GMT will be delighted with that one, and when we look at the overall leaderboards, I'm pretty convinced they'll hop up to something close to top 3.
Well, let's bring Kate back into the conversation, because the games are done. It's time for us to reflect on what has been a pretty fun day once again for EMEA.
It absolutely has. And Gaskin, you just gave me the perfect segue from one of the headlines that I didn't want to mention in games 1 through 6 yet, but really was such an interesting aspect to game number 6, which is Valk, Caustic, Gibby. That is the team comp outside of game number 6 that we saw pulling in the W's. My question, now we've heard, Dan, you nailed it. You talked about that team comp and how Caustic Gas can be so important, especially in that late game. Onset, I want to ask you first, is that a coincidence? Our games 1 through 5 went to teams fielding that comp, and how is the difference here in game number 6 that brought in our crypto Caustic comp?
I think you're talking about that original composition, right? You're talking about Caustic, Gibby, and Valkyrie. I don't think that's a composition, that's possible without Valkyrie being alongside it, because you don't have any kind of rotational ability outside of Valkyrie. So to traverse across big distances, which is tough to do with those two legends, bigger hitboxes, etc., has previously been very, very difficult to do. But now with Valkyrie and the ability to clear ground in front with the missile swarm, but most importantly, as I say, the redeploy, the skyward dive to get yourself across the map, it makes it a more viable option. Probably 2 of the strongest defensive characters as well. And when you're playing for position, you're playing for survival, Caustic Gas plus a bubble is the best of both worlds. So it doesn't surprise me too much, but Valkyrie is the key to it working.
100%, and we definitely saw some late game Caustic parties and bubble parties for sure. Dan, I want to real quick add on to that, which is that game number 6. We saw GMT, that crypto, that Wraith, that Caustic. Talk to me a little bit about how that changed this lobby, and as we mentioned, it's a sort of that same Caustic bulk. Excuse me. Boy, it's hard to say things after a long day. You both know what I'm talking about. Talk to me about game number 6 and how GMT brought that team comp to bear here in this lobby.
Oh, I think Crypto is always going to offer that kind of counter to Gibby's being in the lobby. You can get rid of those bubbles, and then you could just throw gas towards another team having that Caustic on your side as well. Adding in a Wraith or adding in a Valkyrie, it doesn't really matter which two. You've got someone who can get you from point A to point B in one way or another, whether that be along the floor, through a portal, or through the air. You've just got to have someone who can transition you from one point to another. And I think what we saw, which was very aggressive at times from GMT, was them using the Crypto to gain information, work out if a team was weak, then pop that ult, and then push in. And the positions they were able to find right at the end, they had the priority positions. They had the height, they had the head glitches, and they found so much success because of that.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what that success translates to with the math for our leaderboards. And of course, right now, this is, wow. Okay, so here we go. On set, we've got it. Rebel, number 1, dominating 61 points.
Yeah, dominating in the early stages. I will say they fell away a little bit in the second half of the games, but overall, a first place cannot be argued with, right? 61 points on the board, but look how close it is all the way down. Only a couple of points separating every single place, essentially all the way down to 19th. And when you want to know how competitive a lobby is, you look at 19th place, Le Site de France. I mean, those guys have been frying in recent weeks, so it's always a shock to see them down there. But again, it's a great indication of how strong the lobby was. Kangana, again, will be very disappointed. 11th place, not good enough for them, and they will happily say that themselves, and it's just been week after week at the moment. I feel like I'm saying the same thing about this lineup. I'm not quite sure what isn't clicking for them, but GMT with that win, jumping up to 3rd overall, that's really, really good for them. Gambit as well, with that 2nd place, jumping up to 4th. I think they'll both be very happy with that final placement.
Absolutely. And Gaskin, let's take a look at these regular season standings, which are somewhat misleading, but they luckily our fantastic production team has showcased where they've played 5 rounds versus 4. But talk to me a little bit about what this red light, green light, yellow light situation shows us.
Well, so the top 20 teams are going to be playing in playoffs now with those changes, with us unfortunately not seeing a LAN event for the split, and it's going to be now regional events. So we're going to see the top 20 teams from each region competing with a split of that prize pool instead. So that certainly gave those teams who were on the edge of, 11th to 20th a massive relief of pressure, where they can actually just focus on playing the games, enjoying the games, pushing themselves a little bit further up of the leaderboards. But when you look at what people were able to achieve today, people did their job and people got a little bit further up, but what I'd actually like to highlight is those who didn't get their job. Zeta Division, 789, Na'Vi, they've played that 5, but they're still in the bottom 20. And whilst they're not in that red zone, they're not in that kind of relegation area to play in that tournament, they are still away from those playoffs. And their teams like that, organizations like Na'Vi, will be expecting them to be in those playoffs. So Na'Vi have got one last chance when we get to Sunday to try and rescue this.
And it seems to me that we've seen, and we mentioned this with Fallout and Glitter earlier, and it's that word we like to say over and over and over again. And I'm sure people have been feeling like we've said it a lot, but there's a reason that we use the word consistency, and it's because these pop-off games certainly can make or break a team in 1 week's worth of play. However, on set, we're looking at we've got round after round over months of play here, and it really showcases the grind that some of these teams can perform under.
Yeah, I mean, look at Gambit. I mean, they've had a decent performance today. It's up in the top 4. I think it was the top 3. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but you look at their overall placings, they're top of the leaderboard. If you do that week after week, you don't have to win every single game. You just have to be consistent. That's consistent placings, consistent kills, and I think that Gambit are arguably the most consistent team that we have in EMEA. I say arguably, they're top of the leaderboards. It's showing it overall, right? It's the best thing, the best yardstick that you can possibly show. So that's why we say it. That's why we keep talking about it. A win's cool. If you put 25 kills up in one game, that's great. It's brilliant. It's going to put you in really good stead for a week of action. But can you do it next week? Can you do it the week after? That's the question that a lot of teams struggle with. And Gambit aren't one of those teams. They seem to just be doing it every single time we see them play.
Consistency is the spice of life. You like to say it over and over. But you know what? Something else that likes to spice up our life. Well, this makes the time for our Monster MVP segment. And Dan, lots of players to highlight. These lobbies are scary as ever, and with the addition of some pressure-filled lobby teams and gameplay, I can only imagine this is a tough call for you to make, but who are some of the players that had your heart here today?
Well, I was told that I couldn't choose anyone from Rebel because Mark already took that one because he keeps doing it. He keeps choosing it first, and I can't do it. I've gone for Hardeki. I think that when I watch Hardeki, I'm very impressed with his ability to not only work with his team to take down other teams, but also his individual ability at times to offer Gambit that little bit extra. And I know that kind of Artico and Leogri are probably sick of hearing how good Hardeki is at times, but I'm sure they're delighted to have a player like this on their team. And even though Gambit didn't finish in the top 2, right? They finished in 4th place in the end. Having that clutch factor is so important for some of these games, and with Hardeki on your squad, you always know that even if you're down and out, even if he's in a 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, there's always that possibility he can get you back into that fight, he can get those reses, he can pick people up, and then suddenly you can pick up some more points as well. Very impressed with what Gambit did. It was an important last game for them to get into that 4th position because they picked up a few extra points in the overall things, and they stay at number 1 in the leaderboard.
I like that. Onset, who do you got?
Well, I mean, I'm getting shade thrown at me for picking someone as a potential MVP candidate who won the game. I mean, amazing, right? Who won the week. Sorry, Dan, that I'm going to be, going for that guy, but it's going to be Noth who I'm going to be talking about because this man was lighting things up today. I was really impressed with his Gibraltar play, not just in a defensive capacity where he was getting those domes down and supplying the cover to his teammates, but some of the shots he was hitting and some of the clutch stuff that he was doing was really standing out to me. So I want to give, as Pierre, his teammate, calls him, Old Man Noth, his credit. I think he deserves the spotlight for a few minutes.
Well, spotlight given, to be sure, which means it has been definitely a fun time throughout these lobbies. And I think we've got a kill. Do we have kill placement? I apologize if I'm asking for this before it is ready, but I think we do, and it's true. Okay, Gaskin, let's talk about this because here's the thing. I mean, you had Hardeki. He's number 2 here, and Shek's coming in at number 1 with 13 kills. That is impressive.
I mean, both tied up at 13. 3 of them tied up at 13. How have they split the difference? That's what I want to know. I want to know what the tiebreaker is, Kate. No one's telling me the tiebreakers.
I think I in Italy comes before the R in Russia in the alphabet. So they've done it by flags. That's smart.
Yeah, that's very intelligent by the guys at the back. Noth also with 11 kills, Mark's pick as well. So it's certainly the 2 players we focused showed up when it came to getting the kills and making that difference for their team. It's not always about securing those kills, of course, but I think we have focused on 2 players who had a very impressive day today, Kate.
You are not wrong, and that leaderboard, kill leaderboard, just showed how impressive the entire lobby was. And as a reminder, this lobby, like 13 kills for 3, I mean, that's crazy. That's incredible. Well done, GG's, which means this has been our Monster MVP segment. I will say, the second to last time we see these teams here for EMEA, I mean, we're going to see C versus D tomorrow, and again, both of these squads coming up, all of our teams, I should say, on Sunday as well. Any headlines that you want to make sure people take away from this EMEA conversation here, Mark, before we head to our a chat with one of our players?
I think it's an interesting time, right? We've had the unfortunate news that we keep highlighting. Unfortunately, we're not going to have that live event we were looking forward to, but it's moved the goalposts for a lot of teams who are thinking, hey, we might be out of this. We're not going to make land. Oh, no. All of a sudden, 20 spots available. All the people who are outside that top 10, maybe 18th, 19th, maybe 20th, 21st, are looking now going, this is massive for us. This is a huge couple of days ahead of us. We can get into that final. We can do something like, the 100 Thieves did over in NA. We can come away, steal things away from some of the biggest names and make the names for ourselves. So it really has changed things. It's kind of lit a bit more excitement under the bellies of those teams, so to speak. And I think it's going to make it a very competitive final few days.
Well, I'm certainly excited, and we all are. And somebody else that's made a name for themselves and has kept the lobby exciting has got to be a guy from Rebel itself, which means it's time to head over to Fallout with PA. Fallout, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. And yes, I am joined alongside one of my favorite pro players and favorite humans, especially in the EU scene. It's the man himself in Pierre. First things first, my friend. How are you doing? Summarize to me in a few words how you're feeling right now following that win.
Happy more Fallout, and I feel amazing. And it felt great listening that you and Vicky were both going to put us as a dark horse, but you didn't. I don't know really how to feel about it. Like
damn,
when
you
we
don't
get
miss
into
anything.
it, but
Aren't you playing in this tournament? How did you hear that already? That's impressive, my friend.
What do you mean? We already won the game when I heard it.
I guess that's true. There's a slight thing
yeah,
stream delay where you get to
coming
watch
into
things.
today, we felt
yeah,
amazing.
It's true, man. I don't know if you remember. I put y'all in my team to watch as my prediction in weeks 1 and 2 because I had faith in y'all and I got burned. So I was this close to doing it again because I know y'all have been turning things around. It's been impressive. And on that note too, I want to ask you. Your journey so far in Pro League. I'm going to skip things around a little bit here. Your journey so far in Pro League, you started a little bit slow. What happened? Obviously, you guys were so incredibly strong. You won a few championships earlier in 2020. What happened those first few weeks? And since then, what's clicked? What's changed?
I think personally, I feel we were very like off our synergy. Like we hadn't played a lot together, we hadn't spoken a lot together, so we hadn't really like been ourselves. Coming into the fourth week, that's when we still got our second place. That's when we changed up everything. We changed a lot of things I can tell you about. We changed our composition. We also changed who's our in-game leader right now. So that's very interesting. And our spirits are higher than ever. And we're upset that we didn't get to land because we knew we would make it because we've been playing so great together. Yeah. But we're still happy to be fighting for the top position at the end of the league.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, you guys obviously back then top 10 qualified. You were in 19th place coming into this week, or 18th or something along those lines. You guys get 12 points.
Yeah.
That'll put you probably in the top 6. It's just crazy to see. 3 weeks ago and 3 match days ago, at least, you were fighting relegation with a slow start. And now y'all are in the top 6. That's a ridiculous performance. And to your point, change in team composition, playing Valkyrie now and Caustic. And then is it Noth that's calling shots for you in game now?
Noth is the shot caller right now, and it's going very good.
Wow. Big changes indeed. But just to back things up a little bit, obviously a lot of people know Pierre, the pro player, but they don't realize how much you do for the community, how much you do in the scene. So talk to me a little bit about yourself. Give us a little introduction and kind of all that you do behind the scenes to support the Apex Legends community.
Okay, well, when Apex first came out, there was a lot of up-and-coming players, and nobody really had a place to like gather. We didn't have a community yet. When we started playing scrims and like stuff like that, I started a community for all the pro players. We used to have like NA, Asia, EMEA, and every region in one Discord, so we could like give news to each other, so everybody were up to date. We could all communicate and play with each other. But it didn't really work out that well. So later on, I started another one for only EMEA. So we're very close together. We're very close connected with the game and the developers and EA and everything around it. So most of us pro players have a very big influence on the game and the great changes you see coming every day. We have a big influence on that. So I'm very happy about that. And that's probably one of my biggest achievements is that I got the golden knockdown shield removed from competitive. I got the circle system changed, and we're working on getting the Kraber chance. And once that's in, all the pro players will be happy, but all the casuals watching, that's you at home, you'll be very upset to see no Krabers. I am sorry, but it's
the
it's
viewers
for
will
the
be
best.
That's awesome, man. That's one thing I love about you, though, for real. Constructive criticism, the way you've done it, the way you kind of go about yourself is really impressive, and I really appreciated that from the beginning. 2 more questions I got for you. Rebel was in a similar position going into ALGS Championships. You guys had won a few tournaments. You were looking really, really strong. A disappointing finish in ALGS Championships. Now, similar thing, potentially, if you guys can perform on Sunday, going into playoffs. You guys are looking really, really strong. What did you learn from that ALGS Championships experience? What didn't go well, and what type of Rebel are we going to see in playoffs this year?
I think around the time when the championship, that's when all the teams started changing their compositions, and we got kind of caught off guard. So our previous composition didn't really work well. That's why you see now we're coming back and we're like taking second place, taking first place this time. So I feel like we're much more ready now for the playoffs than we were for the championship, because as I said, the championship caught us off guard with the composition changes and everything like that, and everything. Yeah. Now we got everything under control, so now it should be much, much better.
I love it. I'm asking you the 2-pronged question to wrap up. What are 2 or 3 teams that you think are the best teams in EU? And parlay that into, I got to ask you, EU versus NA, which region is better and why? We got to settle it right now.
Best teams from EU. I would have to, come on, I have to say ourselves. Have you seen us play? Come on. And then I would have to say Kick. Even though they're always ruining our scrims and ruining everything they play, they're still a great team. And I give them mad respect for having so much shit thrown at them every day, but still playing as they do. And it's very fun. The best teams in EU and NA? I would say in EU, because we're much smarter, we're much more handsome, and we're just cooler.
All right, that's all. That's it. That's all we needed to hear. They're handsome, cooler, and smarter players, and that's why EU is superior to NA. Pierre, always a pleasure, my friend. Always great to have you here and joining us for a quick interview. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on yet another win for the Flavor of the Month now, Rebel Squad. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to Kate at the desk, but good luck on Sunday.
Well, that's pretty clearly shots fired.
I agree with him, by the way. I mean, look at this face, right? We're just more handsome.
Yeah, like, it's not the same for casters, Mark. It doesn't work out.
From stone. I'm putting myself in there.
He is.
Yeah, taking that compliment. Thanks, Pierre.
I'm just gonna sit right here and say, guess what? It's time for our talent predictions game. Let's take a look at who was coming out on top, which I think, based on just where they are points-wise above others, some of us may have come out on top this time, which I don't normally do. So let's find out who has predicted. And of course, let's be clear, none of the talent predicted anybody predicted Rebel, unfortunately. Although it sounds like Fallout could have very clearly. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. It was Gambit Esports that came out farther on top.
You actually thought you'd won. That's the best part about this, Kate, is you were convinced you'd won. You forgot you voted for Mostro.
This is my week. This is where everything starts turning around. Oh,
the
I'm sorry,
heartbreak
Kate.
was real.
You can have,
I was so
you can have my
excited for.
7 points.
I just can't with you both. At any rate, GG to Fallout, and Mark or whatever your name is. Anyway. Whatever, it's fine. Delighted. Yeah, this all works out. Hey, let's talk about when you'll be able to see us next as I fix my microphone that keeps coming out for some reason. And that's, of course, in not too long, of just over 3 hours' time. We are going to be bringing you the North American action. We'll find out if they think they are the most handsome and best lobby in the land. And by land, I mean the globe, because, of course, this is the ALGS, and the G stands for global. And so that makes sure to keep it right here on all of our platforms to be part of this. And hey, speaking of platforms, guess what, gang? Y'all have been tweeting, and we've been listening. So let's take a look at what you've been saying. Shiv, FPS never goes down without a fight. It's
true.
Yeah, there it is. I'm not going to say your name anyway, but yeah, that's right. So cute. Goats. Fabulous. Still absolutely wild to see Crypto in comp play. Oh, I gotta appreciate that 100%. Crypto, anytime we change up the team comps a little bit, I love Loba as well. Watching ALGS Pro League makes me want to have a team to be able to participate in different tournaments. I love competitions. Well, Valentina, we enjoy you too. Thank you so much for being a part of this show and certainly being a part of our squad all over the socials. And if you want to be a part of our squad on socials, we're all over the place at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, youtube.com/Play Apex Esports, and of course, twitch.tv/Play Apex. We'll give you a free follow, a free sub. We're all in it for the love and the drama of the game, which of course is going to be continuing on later on today for North America and tomorrow for both EMEA and North America. So until next time, which should be in about 3 hours' time, we'll see you. This has been the ALGS Pro League.
There's someone.